Oh, you got it. Okay, good. Okay. I now call to order the regular meeting of the City Council and Successor Agency to the Redevelopment Agency and Housing Authority meeting of Tuesday, October 3rd, 2023. Please join me in standing as we play a video of the national anthem and remain standing as we say together the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag. Okay, now is the time for our moment of solemn expression, and tonight we're pleased to have Pastor Christine Knopf from Redemption Church offer the moment of solemn expression for us. Pastor Knopf.
Good evening.
Hold on one second. Sure. I got to get your mic. Go.
All right. Good evening, Council. Hello, neighbors. My name is Christine Knopf. As you said, I'm a pastor at Redemption Church, and tonight I want to share a simple reflection. Eugene Peterson, a pastor that has since passed, says you can never separate theology from geography. And Costa Mesa has definitely shaped my understanding of the world and of who God is. We've heard many of the saints are called by where they're from, like Saul of Tarsus or Teresa of Avila, or even Jesus of Nazareth. And I hope to be defined by my encounters with Christ here in our city. So tonight, I just want to share, it's kind of a personal reflection, but hopefully you can identify with this. This is my ode to our city. I am Christine of Costa Mesa, where the Tule fog sits in the early mornings and the parrots fly over the east side. I am Christine of Costa Mesa, shaped by this place where universities, civic centers, and churches meet. I am from Costa Mesa, where pastors pray together with the city council members and the chief of police is a neighbor. I am from Costa Mesa, where we speak Spanglish to our children. Here we celebrate September 16th and December 12th with mariachis and fireworks and ponche and tamales. I'm from the west side, populated by surf shops, taquerias, and dreams for more. Here on the mesa, the ocean breeze cools us and lifts our head. We look out on Catalina and the mountains, even as we step over neighbors living on the streets and sling flowers on the corner to make ends meet. I'm Christine of Costa Mesa. In the winter, I pick lemons and share them with my neighbors. In the spring, I stand beneath the jacaranda tree and chat with Doña Teresa while she waters her flowers. In the summer, I dance in the park with our community at the local concert. And in the fall, I watch my son parade with his school friends at the annual Scarecrow Festival. In Costa Mesa, we run into school friends, immigrant neighbors, retired police officers, old church friends, fellow community volunteers, and the kids I grew up with who are now settled with their own children. I am Christine of Costa Mesa, an Estancia Eagle, a West Sider, an Arrested Development fan, a bilingual community leader, a neighbor, a PTA mom, a pastor, a wife, a daughter, a friend, an advocate. I eat at In-N-Out in Taco Mesa. I gather to worship at Fieldwork and Westside Nights. I drink coffee at Neat and Buenas. I run in Fairview Park and drive down PCH when I need to escape. I long for immigration reform and affordable housing. Together with my church family, we pray and work toward a flourishing community for all of Costa Mesa. I am Christine of Costa Mesa, and it's on this coastal table that I pray, may God's kingdom come and God's will be done in Costa Mesa as it is in heaven. Amen.
Thank you very much, Pastor. Beautiful. Beautiful. Great job. Okay, Madam Clerk, would you please do the roll call?
Let the record reflect that all council is present.
It will so reflect. And City Attorney, do you have a closed session report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No reportable action was taken in closed session.
Okay. Well, this evening we have four presentations. The first is a proclamation for 2023 Breast Cancer Awareness Month. October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. The pink ribbon became a symbol of breast cancer in 1992. People wear pink ribbons to honor survivors, remember those lost to the disease, and hope for a brighter future. Each year, individuals, businesses, and communities unite to support women and men whose lives have been impacted by this disease. A leader in transforming breast cancer care, City of Hope offers world-renowned breast cancer care right here in Orange County. City of Hope is one of the country's largest cancer research and treatment organizations, creating a national model for delivering breakthrough research and pioneering treatments. Joining us tonight is Dr. Wade Michael Smith, a medical oncologist specializing in breast cancer treatment at the City of Hope in Orange County. Dr. Smith, come on up, and I'll read excerpts of the proclamation that we're going to provide, and then we're going to do a photo with the council. This is from the proclamation. Breast Cancer Awareness Month is an opportunity to increase public knowledge about the importance of early detection of breast cancer diagnosis and treatment. Breast cancer remains the most frequently diagnosed type of non-skin cancer and is the second most common cancer among women. About 1 in 8 women will develop invasive breast cancer throughout their lifetime. More than 2,800 new cases of invasive breast cancer are expected to be diagnosed in 2023. During National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, we honor the incredible fortitude of breast cancer survivors and offer our heartfelt support and prayers to those currently battling this disease. And as a community, we remember the precious lives lost to breast cancer and the families forever changed as a result. By educating ourselves and supporting innovative research, we will improve the quality of life for all Americans affected by breast cancer and one day defeat this terrible disease. Now therefore I, John B. Stevens, Mayor of the City of Costa Mesa, hereby proclaim the month of October 2023 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in the City of Costa Mesa and urge all residents to become aware of the impact of breast cancer has in our community and join us to honor the survivors and remember those who have lost their battle. Dr. Smith, you have the floor.
Mayor Stevens, City Council, community members of Costa Mesa, thank you so much for this recognition. City of Hope came to Orange County with a promise to bring the most advanced cancer services to communities like Costa Mesa, and we are delivering on that promise. It has been the highlight of my career to be a part of this great institution. I am a medical oncologist with expertise in breast cancer, and I practice at City of Hope in Newport Beach, Fashion Island. City of Hope is one of the largest cancer research and treatment organizations in the country, and I'm one of more than 600 physicians and 1,000 researchers and scientists solely focused on treating and curing cancer. We are thrilled to be a part of the Orange County communities that we serve. We have network sites in Newport Beach, Huntington Beach, Irvine. Our comprehensive cancer center is located in Irvine's Great Park, and we ensure our services are accessible. Our physicians, scientists, and other healthcare professionals are actively engaged in education and outreach initiatives throughout Orange County. We do all of this for one reason, and that reason is hope. we want everyone to realize that when faced with a cancer diagnosis, a scenario that impacts 1 in 3 people in their lifetime, there is immense hope for survival and a return to the life that they cherish. This evening, I want to tell you, hope is here. The progress we have made in cancer care, especially breast cancer, is astounding. So I thank you again for having me on this Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And I think the key word is awareness. Early detection does save lives. And I think we all have to be advocates for ourselves as well as for our friends, work colleagues, everyone we come in contact with, making sure everyone is following up with their recommended mammogram, their well visits, ensuring that a cancer is caught early, because that most directly correlates with a beneficial outcome than anything else. And so awareness is key. Thank you very much for having me here.
Thank you. Let's take our photo. He says he's heard of it. Okay, next up is a proclamation for 2023 Fire Prevention Week. This year, Fire Prevention Week is October 8th through the 14th. Fire is a serious public health concern, both locally and nationally, and homes are the locations where people are at greatest risk from fire. In 2023, Fire Prevention Week's theme is Cooking Safety Starts with You. Pay attention to fire prevention. This year's focus on cooking safety educates the public about simple but essential steps to help reduce the risk of fire when cooking at home, keeping yourself and those around you safe. Cooking is the leading cause of home fires and related deaths in the United States, starting almost half of all fires. It is reported that in 2020, there were nearly 356,500 home fires in the United States, and unfortunately, the fires resulted in 2,730 civilian deaths. More than half of reported non-fatal home cooking injuries occurred when victims tried to fight the fire themselves. Cooking oil and grease fires are a major part of the cooking fire problem. The peak days for home cooking fires are Thanksgiving and Christmas, those deep fried turkeys. Okay, so now I'm going to call up Fire Chief Dan Stefano. And he's going to say a few words after I read a bit from the proclamation that we're going to present to Chief Stefano and his team. The City of Costa Mesa is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living in, attending school, working, and visiting our great city. Costa Mesa's professional men and women who serve as firefighters, first responders, EMTs, paramedics, and community risk reduction experts are dedicated to reducing the occurrence of home fires and injuries through preparedness, prevention, protection, and education. Costa Mesa residents who have planned and practiced a home fire escape plan and demonstrate a commitment to achieve situational awareness are more prepared and will therefore be more likely to survive a fire and any other emergency when it happens. The professionals of Costa Mesa Fire and Rescue serve the community with respect, integrity, and compassion here in Costa Mesa and statewide, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Now, therefore, I, John Stevens, the mayor of the city of Costa Mesa, do hereby proclaim October 8th through the 14th as Fire Prevention Week. I urge all the people of Costa Mesa to plan and practice a home fire escape for Fire Prevention Week in 2023 and to support the many public safety activities and efforts of the Costa Mesa Fire and Emergency Services. And with that, Chief Stefano, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens and members of the council. Appreciate the acknowledgement. And certainly tonight's a great night. We tried to save up the presentation tonight, so we merged it so we get the messaging out for fire, and we're looking forward to it. But I do want to say I'm so proud of the men and women that serve on the department in so many ways. And this messaging for Fire Prevention Month for us also allows us the opportunity and for emergency preparedness. And we're coming off National Preparedness Month last month. So preparations are key. And we appreciate the commitment of the city manager, and the council to emergency preparedness. So thank you for that. And I'd also just like to take the opportunity as well. The former state fire marshal, Ronnie J. Coleman, passed away at the end of September. He was an operations fire chief here in Costa Mesa. He was responsible as the fire chief of San Clemente for establishing the first residential fire sprinkler ordinance, changed the face of fire protection in the state of California. He went on to be fire chief in Fullerton, and then ultimately the fire marshal for the state of California. He's beloved up and down the state. He's considered the grandfather of the California Fire Service, and many of us that are here today and on the department know him, and he's been a mentor to many. So I just want to acknowledge that in this proclamation. We will take in his name and honor tonight, so we appreciate that. Thank you so much.
And we'll adjourn the meeting on his behalf. Hey, I've got a quick question for you.
Sure.
I saw it was on either a TV commercial or on the internet, these blankets to put, and they were saying that the blankets are better than a fire extinguisher. Should we have the blankets and a fire extinguisher, or a fire extinguisher and the blankets? What should we do?
I'm generally always more is better, but the blankets, I must have gotten text from a number of friends that saw the same YouTube or whatever. But fire extinguishers are the most important tool that you can have in the kitchen and in the house. Smoke alarms are the most preventative measure in terms of acknowledgement. But if you want to add tools to the toolbox, that for us, that's an additional tool in your toolbox. So I wouldn't promote anything of that nature, but it's worth having a tool in the toolbox. And if it's something you try out, we certainly support it.
Okay, let's take a photo.
All right, let's
Thank
bring
you.
up our
Thank you,
entire
Chief.
fire family.
About the blankets. And I'm like, oh my God.
You kind of like it.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. So we got two more proclamations left. The next one is for 2023 Code Enforcement Appreciation Week, and we have our code enforcement team back here. Let's hear it for the code enforcement team. This week is also Code Enforcement Appreciation Week. Over the past year, the Community Improvement Division's Code Enforcement Unit has handled over 1,800 activities submitted to the city. These range from simple property maintenance issues to more complex concerns that affect the quality of life of all our city's residents and business owners. This past year, code enforcement has focused on providing better customer service by strengthening public safety and improving the quality of life for our residents. This year, code enforcement conducted several community outreach activities to interact with community members by listening to their concerns and making themselves available to provide information to the public about their available resources. To tell us more about our city's code enforcement officers and community improvement division is our developmental services director, Jennifer Lee. So I'll call her to the podium, and while she's coming up, I'll read a excerpt of the proclamation. Code enforcement is a vital public service. Code enforcement is the prevention, detection, and investigation of and enforcement of violations of statutes or ordinances regulating public health, safety, business activities, building standards, land use, and municipal affairs. Code enforcement officers have challenging and demanding roles. The City of Costa Mesa recognizes and honors the code enforcement officers who serve the community and acknowledge their role in leading the way to improve the quality of life within our community. Now, therefore, I, John B. Stevens, the mayor of the City of Costa Mesa, do hereby proclaim October 8th through 14th, 2023 as Code Enforcement Officer Appreciation Week in the City of Costa Mesa and invite all residents to celebrate and honor the dedicated work of those who serve our community as code enforcement officers. Director Lee, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and council members. I want to express my gratitude tonight as the department director for the acknowledgement of our code enforcement team. As the mayor mentioned, our code enforcement team is actually a part of our community improvement division, really in recognition of their role, not only as our means of enforcing our municipal code, our land use codes and building safety codes, but also their role as ambassadors to the community and really our eyes and ears in the field. Thanks to the support of this council, our team is now 14 strong. Many of them are locals and are here tonight. So I just want to thank the council for your support and introduce Renee Macias, who is the Chief of Code Enforcement for Costa Mesa. Renee, please come up.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens, Mayor Pro Tem Harlem, and esteemed members of council. First of all, thank you again for this recognition. We do really appreciate it. Our code enforcement unit is very appreciative of all your support given to council, by this council and the city manager's office. I'd like to thank Jennifer, our director, and our Director of Economic Development Services team for all their support, since we couldn't do this without their team. I'd also like to thank Fidel Gamboa, who couldn't be here tonight. He's our Community Improvement Division Manager, for all his support and in leading our code enforcement team. The City of Costa Mesa is a great place to live, work, and on behalf of the Community Improvement Division and the rest of the department, I'd like to thank you for this proclamation. And I'd like to thank my code enforcement team back there for coming in daily and just giving it their all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, everybody come on up. We could take a photo, the whole team.
No, it's all right. You guys getting your workout today, aren't you?
It's every meeting.
Okay, thank you. The final proclamation we're doing is for 2023 Walktober month, and I'm going to do this together with Councilmember Arliss Reynolds, who brought this to our attention. Of course, is a very much a advocate for active transportation and walking in our community. So here's my part. Walk, skip, run your way through October. Walktober is 2023 is a celebration and call to action to promote walking for improved health for residents of all ages and abilities. Schools in our city are asked to walk, wheel, or use active and sustainable travel on October 4th, which is tomorrow, and October 11th. 13 elementary schools in our city will be participating in the city's 2023 Walk to School Day. By traveling actively and sustainably throughout October, school communities can help make a change for our well-being, our community, and our planet. And now Councilmember Reynolds is going to read from the proclamation. Oh, you don't have a mic? Let's see. There you go.
Okay. So Walktober is a 31-day health campaign designed to motivate and inspire the community to become more active. The safety of people outside of vehicles is a significant traffic safety concern, with at least 2 pedestrians or bicyclists killed on California roads daily. Individuals are more likely to engage in walking when communities are safe and attractive public places. The City of Costa Mesa promotes walking and movement as a means to support health, economic vitality, and environmental sustainability. The Public Works Transportation Services Division is committed to enhancing the safety of pedestrians and bicyclists by improving the city's transportation infrastructure. The City of Costa Mesa has undertaken numerous pedestrian safety measures, such as leading pedestrian intervals, accessible pedestrian signals, improved signal timing, and pedestrian countdown displays.
Now therefore I, John B. Stevens, Mayor of the City of Costa Mesa, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2023 as Walktober month. I encourage all our residents to rededicate themselves to enjoying the benefits of walking and ensuring the safety of pedestrians in our community. Okay, do you want to add anything then, Council Member?
Yes, please. I think this is the 3rd or 4th year that we've proclaimed Walktober in Costa Mesa, and of course I'm really proud of a lot of the work we've done to improve our infrastructure. The group we had hoped to honor tonight is the OC Women's Walking Group, and this is a group that actually I think shows the benefits of walking for community building. So the OC Women's Walking Group was started about a year ago by a woman who moved to Orange County after college. She was working remotely and trying to find friends in Orange County, so she decided to just start walking and invite people to walk with her. Their 50th walk was in Costa Mesa. I joined that walk. There was probably 100 women there walking, and it was just really a beautiful event. They couldn't be there tonight because they are walking. They organize walks weekly around Orange County and welcome all ages, all abilities. But we do want to invite, I know there's some prolific walkers in our community that are here today. Our bike and walk advocacy group, Costa Mesa Alliance for Better Streets members are here today. And I suspect that everyone that I see in the room walks at some point in the day. So I thought it'd be good to still get a few extra steps in, and we'll do one more photo inviting everyone who cares to be in it, if we can try that. Are you game, Mayor?
Yes, well,
Okay.
Great, and thank you, I appreciate it. Those are great, and we're all going to get together, all of us walkers, and we're going to take a photo. The other thing too is I got invited, probably the other council members did too, on October 21st, Sue Parks, who's the president, I suppose, of United Way, she has an initiative where she's walking 100 miles throughout the county of Orange, and on the 21st, she's doing the event in Costa Mesa. So we can, if anybody's interested in joining that, everybody's welcome, and we can get you some more information about that. Okay, and then we'll post the information on our website and have it again at the next meeting. So let's take our photo. All right. Thank you very much, everybody who participated in the 4 presentations. Now we're going on to public comment. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. You can speak about anything other than what's on the agenda. And you can also speak about what's in consent calendar if you wish. At 2 minutes, you're going to hear a beep, and then you have a minute to wrap it up. At that point, you'll be cut off. If you are speaking Spanish, or I guess Spanish is the only language that we have an interpreter for, you get an extra 2 minutes. And so we'll go to the people that are in the chambers first, then we'll go to Zoom, and then that'll be that. So everybody knows the ground rules. With that, our proclamation recipient, Ms. Martin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm reading from the book, City Streets Are for People. Page 34. Pedestrians, including people who use wheelchairs and other mobility devices, are at the heart of city life. When we move at a slower pace, like this little old lady in tennis shoes, we can stop to chat or smell a flower, maybe even notice ants building a city of their own. Walkability is a measurement of how friendly a community is to pedestrians. Walkable cities are healthier and less polluted. They are accessible to everyone, whether 8 or 80 or almost 82, in a wheelchair or out for a run. Walkable cities are also stronger economically because people love to live in these healthy places. Plus, the more we get out of our cars, the more we save on transportation and can spend money in local shops and markets. So, how do we build these cities? We can start by dedicating space to pedestrians, wide sidewalks for playing hopscotch or setting up a lemonade stand. We can create signs and install lighting, as well as benches for resting in the shade of a big tree. We must plan and build neighborhoods where it's possible to live, work, and shop for basic needs all in one area. Slower road speeds aside, please, 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 Costa Mesa Police Department, slower road speeds. Enjoyable to explore on foot and much safer. When Oslo, Norway went almost entirely car-free in the city center in 2019, there were 0 deaths in cycling and pedestrians. I logged, according to my telephone app, 55.34 miles this last month on all of our city streets. I must say that our sidewalks are not safe. I was walking a couple of days ago on Wilson between Center Drive and Fordham, and I was challenged to move off the sidewalk 3 times by cyclists who were, one of them an e-cyclist, coming in the opposite direction. I am pleased asking Costa Mesa Police Department to be more proactive in issuing traffic citations to scofflaws. Thank you.
Thank you very much. hold on one second. I need to get your mic back on. There you go.
Buenas
Yes, Ms. Trejo.
tardes. Mi nombre es Juana Trejo y vivo en el distrito número 3. Primero que nada, me da gusto verlo aquí sentado. Sé que estuvo enfermo, pero qué bueno que ya está aquí. Los extrañamos, aunque no lo crean. La vez pasada no los vi. Pero hoy estamos aquí porque seguimos agradeciendo al Departamento de Policía por hacer acto de presencia en el distrito número 3. Creo que ha mejorado el vandalismo por la presencia que ellos están teniendo en la comunidad. Claro.
Hello, my name is, can you hear me? No? Hello, my name is Juana, and it's a great pleasure to see you all today. We weren't here previous time, and we do miss you. And I'm here because I want to thank the Costa Mesa Police Department, especially for having presence in District 3, and we've seen that vandalism has improved.
Ahora lo que tenemos que reportar es personas que están aplicando para las organizaciones que ustedes han contratado para que les ayuden con lo de la renta. Pero ellos están diciendo, les piden los requisitos, lo llenan y cuando ya lo tienen les dicen que lo sienten mucho, pero que no hay dinero. La gente se está sintiendo que nosotros y que ustedes también se están riendo de ellos porque no están dando ninguna solución positiva. Entonces, creo que es importante que vigilen ustedes de cerca a las organizaciones que han contratado para que no estén diciendo algo que ustedes nos están diciendo que hay.
Yes, and we've also had people applying for the help for rent, and they've also filled out the forms where it lists the requirements, but still they've received answers of we don't have enough funds. And so it's almost like you guys are laughing, laughing at them because there's no viable solution. And I ask that you guys do monitor the organizations you do contract.
Les pedimos por favor que con las personas que ustedes contratan muestren respeto por la gente que está viviendo con esta situación, que ya es intolerante y que no hagan que las personas se sientan que son indignas de venir a expresar los problemas que tienen por la vivienda tan elevada que están pasando. Gracias. Dios les bendiga.
And we do ask you that you be careful with who you contract and to please have respect for the people that are requesting help. This should not be something where they have accepted this lack of respect. Have respect for the people and for the problems they're going through in their living situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, my name is Wendy Samo. I'm here about the Gym 12 at 140 East 17th Street. So on the original CUP in 1992, there's nothing written about sound. There's no restrictions about sound. There is a restriction that says that they can't have cardio workouts, with lots of bass and stuff. So in 2019, they redid that, okay, and they still didn't mention any sound coming out of the building, nothing. So I did present some evidence to you guys. It's a page from the CUP from the UFC gym that was opened on Harbor in 2016. So this was written 3 years before, they made ours. And in here it talks about how they have to have rubber floors and they have to have rubber coated weights and stuff. We don't really hear the weights much. But I did want to point out that at the bottom, under the conditional number 4, the business shall be conducted at all times in a manner that will allow the quiet enjoyment of the surrounding neighborhood. So what makes this neighborhood more important than our neighborhood? Why is there nothing in the CUP about sound? And they completely changed the zone just to bring the gym in 1992. That is correct. So you guys keep on doing these sound things, and the gym keeps its noise nice and quiet so that it seems like they're not being loud. This gym can be so loud that it can create a bass wall, a wall so thick that it feels like you can really reach out and touch it, and this gym just does whatever it wants, opens its door. Yeah, so I was sick, the other day. I didn't go to work, and during my doctor's appointment, I had to hear the chick screaming on the intercom during the workout, and then all day throughout the day, apparently the gym just opens its door at 8 or 9 in the morning and closes it at 8 o'clock at night whenever they're done for the day. And I just don't understand why this neighborhood is so much more important than our neighborhood. When's the gym gonna shut up is my main question. You know, it's been a long time, and our rent goes up every 6 months, like clockwork, every 6 months. So eventually, we're not gonna be able to afford it. So you might think about rent control, maybe controlling the big corporations from raising our rent. Have a great night.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes.
Muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Ana Lidia Tutila. Soy promotora de salud de Orange County. Esta tarde he venido con una buena noticia. Fue aprobada una ley, la SB 567, la cual estábamos esperando que fuera aprobada para que tuviéramos una base legal para poder nosotros pedir los derechos de todas las personas que están siendo abusadas y que están siendo desalojadas.
Yes, good afternoon. I am Danaya, and I am a promoter in health. I have some great news to share about a Senate Bill 567, which has been approved. We've been waiting for it to be approved, and it has a legal foundation. It is about how there's rights that have been violated for people in housing.
En la reunión anterior, les comentaba que a nosotros como promotores nos llaman las personas para ver si les podemos ayudar, para informarlas qué pueden hacer porque se sienten demasiado angustiadas, saber que los dueños de donde ellos viven los están desalojando sin una causa justa. En ese sentido, estamos muy contentos porque la nueva ley SB 567 pues nos habla sobre la causa justa con culpa y la causa justa sin culpa.
And so in the previous meeting, we were receiving many calls from people asking us, what can you help? How can you help us? What can you do? They were very frustrated. They were very disappointed because the owners of the property were attempting to evict them. So with the good news with this new law, it does, you do have to have a just cause with culpability or no culpability.
Ahora, nuestra petición es, si nosotros ya tenemos una ley, si tenemos activa todavía la anterior y la gente se siente desesperada, venimos acá ante ustedes a pedirles nuevamente cuándo vamos a tener esa presentación de la investigación que se comprometieron y qué podrían hacer en estos momentos para ayudar a esas personas, ya que para poderse movilizar de una casa a otra se necesita aproximadamente de $8,000 a $10,000.
Yeah, so today I do have a request for you because we did have a based on the previous law and based on this law, people are starting to feel very frustrated. So I come to request from you if you are going and following through the investigation, and what can people do, because it does take about $80,000 to $10,000 to move from one house to another.
La segunda petición es, ¿qué podrían ustedes, que son la autoridad máxima en esta ciudad, prever que esas personas no queden sin hogar, porque no tienen un permiso para reconstruir, lo están haciendo, no les han avisado con anticipación ni con una descripción, como la ley lo dice, que le describa por qué razón la está desalojando, ya se sienten desesperadas, angustiadas y preocupadas que no van a tener dónde vivir. En ese sentido, tenemos aquí dos familias que vienen a dar su testimonio de lo que están pasando. Muchas gracias.
Yes, and my second request to you is you guys being authority figures, the public, what can people do to prevent being evicted? They are not given an anticipated notice nor the reason why they're being evicted. And so this is causing them a lot of great pain, a lot of stress. And we have two families here with us who are going to be able to share their testimony in particular. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Council. Jay Humphrey, Costa Mesa resident. Two items tonight. First, on last Thursday, I went to a meeting by the state of California for the environmental review on the emergency operation facility they want to put over at Fairview Developmental Center. They want to take 15 acres of land that's already been primed for housing and what have you, and make it a emergency distribution center. In that, the number of people who showed up had two primary comments they wanted to make, besides that they weren't in favor of the project, and that was the terrible notice they had about that meeting coming up. In fact, the notice they had that it even was going to happen. Forget the notice of the meeting, that this project was in the works at all. And secondarily, the impact on potential housing for the city of Costa Mesa and its RINA of 11,700 plus houses requirement. So there was a failure to seem to understand the governor's priority for increased housing and this department's desire to take 15 acres away from that. I'd like to thank Mayor Stevens for being there and making comment. I thought it was appropriate, and I thank him for helping the community have some understanding. I would ask that the community would be further involved, since the EIR comment set term is over on, I think, the 20th of October, that the city makes an effort to make sure the citizens of Costa Mesa understand that that this is a project that is moving forward, and they need to understand the impacts of it so they can make appropriate comments. That's one. Two, I really want to thank the council for bringing back the amendment for cannabis ordinance amendment. I think that the comments you made were appreciated. I would have gone a little farther, but I do understand letting the marketplace make some determinations about who can be where and what by their own good and bad sales, et cetera. I understand that. But come on, guys, four pot stores in one block at the corner of Broadway and Newport? Come on. Let's let the East Side wake up. There's going to be 21 cannabis distribution points along Newport Boulevard, 21. So I would like you guys to not only continue the work you were started, I appreciate that immensely, but look for other ways to make sure that we are not having things happen. That what would happen if all those 21 are in place and you want to develop mixed-use housing along Newport?
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, I got to turn your mic on.
Bueno, yo estoy aquí porque donde yo vivo, el dueño nos está diciendo que tenemos que movernos para que él va a hacer arreglos, pero la verdad yo no entiendo, porque por mucho tiempo él no nos arreglaba el apartamento y ahora solo tenemos hasta el 1 de noviembre para poder movernos, pero donde hemos buscado es muy caro, o sea, no podríamos pagar por una renta, así que no sé si se puede hacer algo, no tan solo por nosotros, sino también por nuestro vecindario que tenemos por ahí.
Yes, good afternoon. I am here to let you know that where I live, the owner has raised the rent or is asking us to move because he's going to do some repairs. And I don't quite understand that because the time that I lived there, it's been such a long time where there's been no repairs, and all of a sudden he wants to do repairs. We have until November 1st to move out, and it is very expensive trying to find a new home. And I don't have that kind of money to rent for those high prices. So I wanted to know what you can all do to help, not just in my situation, but other neighbors as well.
Tengo como más o menos 30 o 35 años viviendo en ese lugar. Siempre hemos pagado la renta a tiempo, pero el dueño dice que sí, que él tiene que remodelar cuando puede arreglar algunas cosas sin que nosotros tengamos que movernos.
Yes, I've been living where I've lived for about 35 years, and I've always paid my rent on time. But the owner is wanting to repair the apartment, and I don't know why he wants to repair it now, since he's never wanted to repair it before. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens and City Council members. My name is Megan Robeson. I'm a member of Costa Mesa, and I'm also speaking on behalf of TJ Kelly, who couldn't be here tonight. I am going to speak to you guys once again about the feral cats at West 20th Street. So I wanted to address how we feel the city had failed, and it's kind of ironic that the two agencies that we feel failed us was animal control and code enforcement. So the irony is that they were giving out awards tonight on the night that I'm also speaking. These cats lived here. This was a place they had called home, and it was due to be demolished and developed. We wanted to also address how this placed a financial burden on the community, to address how we had to rely on another rescue in another county to do the job we feel that Costa Mesa did not do, and to address how we can prevent this from happening again, and to ensure the city reviews their policies when it comes to animal hoarding. In total, 32 cats were trapped and removed from 734 West 20th Street. In Costa Mesa, however, the actual number is thought to be much higher. 15 were removed by TJ and myself, along with 2 other women. And another 7 were trapped by animal control, and we were forced to take ownership when we were told they would be euthanized. 22 of the 32 cats remained in our possession for nearly 5 weeks, and the following was provided to them thanks to the donations from the public. We spayed and neutered them, we vaccinated them, we flea treated them, we dewormed them, and we gave them antibiotics and medication as many were very sick. Additionally, we provided them with temporary housing and worked with a rescue called Love Your Feral Felines located in San Diego County. 12 of the cats have been relocated there, and another 5 will be relocated there as soon as their medical issues have been resolved. The funds that were raised by TJ and myself came from the generous animal-loving community, and nearly $9,000 of the funds we raised were used to treat all but 4 of these animals, which were previously trapped, neutered, and returned. With the treatment mentioned on the previous slide, temporary housing, along with transportation costs to get them to their permanent homes in San Diego County. For the last 5 weeks, many private citizens have helped to care for these cats. What we're asking from the city is how can we ensure that this will not happen again in the future? What procedures can be put in place to ensure that abandoned animals in Costa Mesa are not overlooked? Also, our reason for speaking out at city council meetings is to develop a plan with the city of Costa Mesa to prevent situations like this from happening and placing the burden on the community to bear the expense of fixing the mistakes we feel the city made. We're also asking the city reconsider low-cost spay and neuter programs to its residents. And I just want to say that once neutered male and one unneutered female, and their offspring over an 8-year period will produce over 2 million cats, and that's why we're asking for low-cost sterilization for those who need it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I have 3 things really quick. The first one is I am the daughter of the previous speaker. We've been at the property for about a little bit over 30 plus years. The owner tries to go through myself because my mom doesn't speak a lot of English. So any type of communication, he'll direct it to me. Yesterday morning, the manager sent me a text message. Let me backtrack. In April, the owner sent me a text message saying that we needed to move out or in the process of moving out because the city of Costa Mesa fined him and told him that he needed to clean up the property because it was inhabitable. I contacted code enforcement. They said that's not true. So I kind of let it slide. In August, he sent us a letter saying that you have till November 1st to move out because the city said the apartment is inhabitable. So he's still maintaining that the city contacted him. I've contacted code enforcement multiple times. There's nothing in the request that he's doing any type of work. Yesterday, the manager sent me a text message saying, you guys need to move out by November 1st because we're starting to work on the property. Yesterday, I noticed that in the property itself, that my neighboring apartment, they're already inside fixing the apartment without any permits from the city. The third thing was the agencies that you guys have put in place for us to contact, they told me that unless I'm sleeping in my car with my 2 children, I cannot qualify for services. I told them, unfortunately, I don't have a car. They're like, well, then you need to be in a shelter or on the streets. There's nothing we can do unless you're homeless. I'm like, well, I'm in the process of trying to not be homeless. And they're like, there's nothing we can do. So I'm trying to ask from the city if you guys have services in place to make sure that they're actually helping the community and not putting roadblocks and saying, hey, this is not, you're not this, you're not that. Like, actually help us out and to make sure that this isn't happening to other families as well. Thank you.
Hold on a second. So, see that guy back there in the pink tie?
Yes,
That's
I know Sergio.
Sergio. Talk to Sergio.
Yeah, I've talked to Sergio before.
Okay, good. Thanks. Mark, you're up.
Good evening, City Council. I'm trying not to advocate today. I want to use a teaching moment because I don't have a lot to bother you all with. There's a lot I could say though, but I want to direct my comments specifically today at Councilmember Harper, and I want to talk about parking minimums and parking reform. And the reason I'm directing at you, Councilmember Harper, is because of the comments I've heard your appointed commissioner, Commissioner Zick, and comment around parking minimums on the Planning Commission. But the comments are to everybody, but I just want to direct them at you. And so, parking minimums, a lot of people have heard me talk about parking minimums, but to anyone who hasn't and doesn't understand the concept, our government mandates parking for a new business, a new housing development, and it's a state mandated parking. They come up with the number and say that the business has to provide that parking number. And that number comes from no basis of reality. And so I want to give an example really quick. So I grew up most of my life in Eastside Costa Mesa, and so I'm really familiar with the Ralphs on 17th Street and Tustin Avenue. And I grew up going to that Ralphs most of my life. And even on Super Bowl Sunday, even on the day before Thanksgiving, the entire parking lot was never entirely full. And what that means is there's an overbuilding of parking because that was a requirement. There was a requirement that our city put on private enterprise there. And that may not seem like a big deal, but the problem is that whatever that opportunity cost of what that otherwise parking could have been gets factored in onto the cost of the business. And on top of that, the maintenance cost of continuing to maintain and restripe and slurry seal that parking gets put on the cost of the business. And why does that matter? Is because that actually ends up on the consumer. Is because then you have to pay more in your produce in pennies over time to pay for additional parking because we mandated more parking than the market, than the small business or the big business, Ralph's, would have wanted. The other side of things is if you think about like housing, or you think about like bigger elements of parking, think about like a parking garage. A parking garage is about $1 million per floor to build a parking garage. Let's say a parking garage floor is 100 cars, can fit 100 cars. We're easy numbers here, 100 cars, $1 million per floor, right? If the parking minimum, the randomly generated number that the city says for a housing development says they have to build 620 parking spots, that's 6 stories of parking plus the 20 spots. That means they have to spend another $1 million for that additional cost of parking because they have to build that additional floor of parking because of the number was 620. It wasn't a perfect 100 unit number. That's what happens when we have randomly assigned numbers, and parking minimums have no factual basis in reality, according to the expert on parking minimums, Donald Shoup out of UCLA. Even the idea that they come from the square footage has only about 3% basis of reality. I encourage you to end parking.
Thank you. Yes, we'll go over to this, to our right.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Marisela Molina y estoy aquí porque quiero de su apoyo o ayuda para no desalojarnos de nuestro hogar, porque tiene 2 meses que nos dieron una carta de desalojo a 6 familias y la razón del desalojo es por demolición o remodelación. Pero nosotros...
Good afternoon, my name is Marisela Molina and I am here to request and ask for your help because we have received an eviction notice. They gave us this notice for us and for our family, and they do not have a good reason to evict us from our place. Continue.
No nos queremos ir ya que hemos vivido ahí por más de 26 años. Hemos pagado nuestra renta a tiempo, no somos personas problemáticas y esto nos está afectando tanto económicamente, moralmente y en cuestiones de salud también.
We do not want to leave. We have lived there for 26 years. We have always paid our rent on time. We are not problematic people. This is affecting us in different ways, economically and health-wise as well.
Y es porque no tenemos los medios suficientes para este cambio y no nos queremos ir de ahí donde hemos vivido más de 26 años. Y también quería ver si es porque se va a remodelar el edificio, o sea, lo que nosotros no queremos irnos, sino quedarnos ahí y salirnos mientras se remodela el edificio y a regresar, pero ahí mismo, no irnos de ahí.
We do not have enough money. We don't have the means to move out. We don't want to leave. We've been there for 26 years, and that's the reason why we don't want to leave. We would like to know if we could vacate during the time of remodelation or remodeling and then come back to the place where we have lived for 26 years.
Que respeten nuestro contrato de renta, porque hasta ahorita pienso que es lo justo, aunque sea diferente dueño, pero tienen que respetar nuestro contrato de renta.
And please to respect our lease agreement, our rent agreement, even if they have a new owner, please respect because that is the rent agreement that we have.
De esos que tienen, bueno, se supone que hasta donde yo sé, ellos no tienen el permiso como para remodelar y lo están haciendo. Yo estoy enfrente de un apartamento que están remodelando, pusieron el sello de la ciudad que no tenían el permiso y aún así ellos continuaron trabajando en ese lugar.
I live right across the street from an apartment that they are remodeling right now. As far as I know, they don't have the permit to start doing remodeling, and they did use the city logo to start doing this remodeling, but as far as I know, they don't have a permit to start doing this remodelation.
De eso tiene 2 semanas. No sé si ahora sí ya tengan el permiso de la ciudad para poder remodelar o aún no.
And this started about 2 weeks ago. I'm not sure if right now they do have the permit to do the remodeling, I'm sorry. But they did use the city logo to start the remodeling.
Porque ellos quieren que se vayan las 6 familias, pero en primera sacaron a una familia y en ese apartamento donde se salió esa familia, en menos de un mes ya está habitada nuevamente.
Because they want these 6 families to live. They did, one of the families had to vacate, and in less than 1 month, they had a new tenant at that apartment.
Y hasta donde yo sé, creo que es la manager de los apartamentos.
And as far as I know, the manager of these apartments is the responsible one.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and City staff. My name is Gerardo. I work with Resilience Orange County, a nonprofit that has been supporting residents here in Costa Mesa for the last couple of years. As you all have heard, a lot of folks are, for whatever reason, being denied the services that y'all are working so hard to provide. So I just want to encourage you all to really consider having some kind of housing clinic. This is something that I spoke about with one of the council members recently, having this opportunity to have folks come to the city and apply for the services here so that y'all can have exactly the reasons why people are being denied, so that we can start working and trying to address some of those, because there's way too many people just being denied for whatever reason, right? We're hearing a plethora of a list of reasons. Let's make sure that we identify exactly why people are being denied, to see if it's, maybe they just have a hard time applying. Maybe that's something that maybe there's just a accessibility issue where they just don't necessarily know how to go on a website and do the application itself, right? So that's something that you as a city can support, right, in helping folks kind of address some of those hurdles. And I wanted to kind of touch on the point about, I want to recognize that y'all are presenting this eviction prevention ordinance that's going to be coming up, hopefully in a couple of weeks. But I just want to emphasize the point that this should be, hopefully in theory, should be an eviction prevention, right? So emphasis on the preventing eviction. A lot of folks here are sharing that, the services that are available are to get funds to move into a new apartment. You need upwards of $10,000 to move into a new apartment. What people need is support so that they can stay in the places where they've called home for 30 years, right? They've set their roots here in the city of Costa Mesa, and they're being told they have 60 days to uproot their entire lives and leave. And the only support they get is maybe $3,000. It's a little backwards. So just really encourage you all to recognize that there's been an enormous effort from the city. It's been a great response. I really want to recognize that. But I just want to, put it out there that still more can be done. And we're happy to support as Resilience, bringing out the community and having them, be here and be present. So thank you all.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening, council members. Just wanted to come in. I wasn't able to attend the meeting regarding the Emergency Operations Center over at Fairview Development Center, but I would please like to urge you guys to draft up a letter with as many questions as are necessary, because that meeting was really a hollow tube. I mean, they gave no information. The people in charge were not even there. It was just a third party that came in regarding the environmental impact. And the question would be some of the questions that I had that I'm going to try to address to them as well on the email that they said we should write it on is, how many people are going to be there? Is it going to be a functioning facility? And I understand that they own it, but if they need a helipad, why don't we rent the police department helipad to them? We already have it. You can earn income off of it. Perhaps we can give them the basement because it's a shelter and they can operate out of there. And the building already has the infrastructure. I mean, there's additional options that could be brought up. And I think that if it came as a unified voice from the city and the council, we might have a leg to stand on moving forward with this, since they did not give any information as to what the exact plan is. They said they want to put a tower, they want to do this, but there was no details to it. With that being said, I'm going to also move on to a different topic. Is the city is required to build 11,000 whatever units. How are we getting more green space? I mean, there's a mathematical equation for every square foot of structure you put on, you got to have green space. Well, we're not. And we're not getting any more dog parks, and we're not getting any more parks, and we're not getting anything. So if we can perhaps bring all of that together, that would be wonderful. And if we can fix the grass at the dog park, I don't know what an act of God is going to have to come down, but if we could please get that fixed, that would be amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. If anybody else wants to speak from the chambers, please come on up. Then we'll go to Zoom after Mr. DeBoda.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I just want to say thank you to staff and for Council for Placentia Avenue. All the repaving and striping is complete, much improved. From Adams to Wilson, or actually Adams to Estancia High School. It's been repaved, restriped. There's bollards, which is much improved, especially for students riding from, let's say, Mesa Verde to Estancia High School. Big improvement. South of Wilson, again, repaved, green paint, little buffer zones, a little wider bike lanes, so much improved for safety. I've ridden Placentia many times, and I've ridden it but never felt that safe, but I kept riding it. Much safer now. So thank you to staff and council for approving that project. Also, this coming Sunday, Sunday afternoon, I think most of you have heard of Strong Towns. They're starting an Orange County chapter, and they're having their first meeting this coming Sunday at the community center, Herzog Community Center. So if whoever can attend, urge all of you to attend that meeting. I second also the comments. I attended the meeting Thursday on the Emergency Center project with Fairview Development Center. Did not go well at all. I appreciate the mayor being there, Mayor Pro Tem being there. I know some staff members were there. I think they could probably attest to that was not the best meeting the state ever presented. So I would urge the council, the city, although it's a state project, to get involved in that from the standpoint of make sure that the residents know what's going on. I think I don't know if didn't sound like there's another meeting. It sounds like that was the last meeting and then the state's gonna make a decision. There needs to be more community input, more community communication on that project. So I would urge the city council to do whatever they can to make that happen. And again, thank you for the recognition for the October walk, for this month being Walktober. I'm a biker, but I'll try and walk on the 21st of October, so thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so closing down public comment in the chambers, and who do we have on Zoom, Madam Clerk?
Phone number ending in 613, please.
613 of the floor.
I would like to start off my comments by saying that there was a good job done on my side of the city. The city repainted the red curbs on Monrovia and creating more parking on that street, so that's a good job. I appreciate that. I think if you mark the spots, you would actually make those spots more efficient and create actually more parking. I want to add to the previous speaker's comments about reducing parking. I think that's an absolutely terrible idea. I think your guys' experience with the permit parking program would really make you not want to have to deal with more parking issues, so I wouldn't reduce parking requirements for buildings. I think that makes communities better. I also would like to acknowledge that I'm still very upset about what was done to West 19th Street. From Pomona to Monrovia, you created problems on that street for no reason. I've yet to see someone ride a bike on this. And you're making everyone's drive take longer, which is an unnecessary punishment. And then I find it actually insulting that the people that ruined the street essentially were part of a proclamation at the beginning of the meeting. I mean, you guys had to remove the roundabouts because people got so upset. And now, you get a lot of blowback from what they did the 19th, and you give them a recognition. In terms of the support center, that's new to me. I'd like to think I'm pretty informed, but I didn't know about that. And maybe we can use Measure Y to fight that, that would hopefully be a tool to use. And I'd like to ask Councilmember Marr to make a comment on why she appointed that planning commissioner. She didn't have the character to say why she's nominating somebody for such an important seat in our city.
All right, thank you. Who's next on Zoom?
Kim Hendricks, please.
Ms. Hendricks, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens and Council. I have a PowerPoint. I don't know if you guys are ready for me.
Give me a second. Let's make sure. It's okay. It's up, Kim.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, my name is Kim Hendricks, and I'm here to talk to you about nothing other than Fairview Nature Park. Next slide, please. Did you know Fairview Park is located on a mesa top that supports one of the last coastal vernal pool complexes in California? The value of the habitat in the park cannot be overstated. Next slide, please. And here's a picture on the west side of the beautiful vernal pools. We'll see those in February. Next slide. And this is between the dunes, and that is now dried up. This was taken a few years back. Next slide. And between those dunes is endangered woolly marble. Next slide. And irregular disturbance decreases the overall biological integrity of the park by favoring species that are more resilient and attracted to urban environments. Species that are more sensitive to disturbances are likely to leave, reducing species diversity. Next slide, please. The western burrowing owl is a perfect place for this migratory bird, and it is migration season. Beginning of September is migration season. Next slide, please. And in January of this year, we had a beautiful historic restoration day. The whole community came out. I couldn't believe it. It was on a Friday. Next slide, please.
Hold on, stop her time, please. Stop her time. We're having a little bit of trouble with your advancing your slides. Oh, it's up there. Okay. It's just not working on our screen. I'm sorry. Okay, good. I'll just look at the other monitor. Thanks,
That's okay. I mean, I know about technical. I'm a teacher. I know about technological problems. So anyway, okay, next slide, please. And so we had the whole community out. They had a great time planting. Next slide, please. And next slide. It looks bare. It looks bare. Next slide. And community service hours are available. Next slide. Next slide. We're going to be out there this Saturday, but now it's full, you guys, and it is beautiful. And the city staff has been actually doing a great job with getting some of the non-native invasives out, and the community shows up all the time. We've been there over 2.5 years. It's wonderful. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. And mountain bluebirds. Migratory birds. Okay, they go back up to the foothills. It's a beautiful place. If you guys want to do some walking, Fairview Park is the place. It's the only nature park around. Next slide. And it's home to Costa Mesa's biodiversity. Please come and join us the second Saturday of the month, Fairview Park Alliance, and join the community in saving Fairview Park. Thank you.
Next person, please.
No further speakers.
Close public comment. Now we're going to go on to council member committee reports, comments, and suggestions. It's for everybody to say what's going on and their comments, committee reports, suggestions, as the item implies. So, Councilmember Harper from District 1, you are leading us off today.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Hendricks, thanks for the PowerPoint presentation. That was beautiful photography. Appreciate it. On September 5th, we brought back to council the cannabis ordinance, and we asked the Planning Commission to consider a variety of things, from caps to buffers. But that process looks like it's going to take a long time, so I'm concerned about that. Currently, we have 54 cannabis shops applications in. We have 7 that are built. Looks like 22 to 23 were approved. And by estimation, by next June, maybe April, June, we'll have probably 32 that are approved to be built. And I'm saying that based on the Planning Commission's process, which looks like they're going to start in January. And by the time it goes through that process, comes back to council, gets approved as an ordinance, I'm just afraid we're going to have 32 and maybe more. And I think it's, while staff and our city attorney said we can stop, we can cancel the process for those that are in midstream in it. I think that's a questionable thing to do, and may create problems for us. So I'm sorry I didn't do it at the meeting. My fault. But I think if any council member would like to support it, I'd certainly think we should put a moratorium on the processing of cannabis until we correct the ordinance. I think we failed to do that. I think we all had, it was a very good meeting. I appreciate everybody. I appreciate Councilmember Marr bringing it back and talking about it. The other thing that concerned me is that we had words like consider these things, and I hopefully the Planning Commission understands that the issue is concentration and saturation. And while I think you can build all these cannabis shops, I think maybe 5 to 10 succeed. During that process, the market will correct itself, but I think we're going to do a lot of damage to neighborhoods and other businesses, put a big strain on our police department, our fire department, and I think it's unnecessary and not very thoughtful on our part. So, if any council member will support that, that's where I'm at with that. With regard to tennis center contract, I know we approved an operator for the tennis center. I thought we had an agreement that was kind of in place to go. I was expecting to see that in the consent calendar. Just would like an update on the status. Chief Lawrence, we have people doing donuts in our neighborhood. During your presentation, maybe you can chat about that. I've got several comments on that. And then Councilmember Gamaro says the dog park grass is good, so he's going to talk about the dog park grass. I'm a big supporter of dog park grass, so I'll support you there. And then thanks for the comments on the center, the emergency center. I think we all have concerns here too. I do. I think that's still in process. There's an opportunity for us as a community to speak up, and we should, and I'm going to support that. And my last comment is to Mark. I don't know what John Zitch said, but it sounds like he wants parking and you don't want parking minimums. Contact me. I'd love to chat about it, see where your thought process is. I have no doubt the government can get it wrong as far as number of parking. I totally believe that, but I also like a place to park when I go somewhere. So thank you, Mayor Stevens.
Thank you, Council Member. Next up from District 3, Councilmember Andrea Marr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the city manager, can you look into this question of Mercy House and Families Forward saying that they're out of money and that they can't respond to residents' concerns? I mean, first of all, I can't believe that's true, given how much we've allocated. I mean, secondly, if that is true, I'd like to bring it back to council so that we can reallocate funds, because I think we've been pretty clear that's a priority of ours. I also really like the idea of hosting a housing clinic with those providers. I know we've done something similar, but not so much like general education, but rather like here is where you sign up if you're currently having an issue. So I'd love to see us do that. I know that staff has been really active on this issue. I know we've been as proactive as possible, but it is also just heartbreaking to hear these stories of people being displaced from their homes. It's also one thing to relocate a tenant because you have to do some maintenance. I get it, that happens. It's another thing to evict them, to not give them notice, to not plan any relocation for them, to clearly do it under the guise of maintenance, knowing that you're going to be able to raise the rent by 10%, if not more, when you get somebody else in there. So I know this is part of the eviction protection ordinance. I'm glad you used those words. The eviction protection ordinance that we want to bring back. But I'm also wondering, like, is there a public law center tie-in, or legal aid is something that I've talked about previously. It seems that there is very clear intent to skirt the law, if not break the law, on behalf of some of these property owners. So, whatever we can do more of, I know, like I said, city staff is already all over this, but I'd like to get into the weeds a little bit more on some of the circumstances that were brought forward specifically tonight. Fairview Developmental Center, I'm really sorry I couldn't be there on Thursday. I was in Portland for work, and I agree with all of the comments I've received. It was poorly noticed and not in a great space for the presentation from what it looked like. I think this council has generally been trying to be fairly collaborative. We got $3.5 million from the state, but the last couple of weeks have sort of put me over the edge. This is not going to work as it's currently set up, and the council is working on how we push back through all of the channels that we have, legislative and others, in contact with our representatives. So some action will be coming from the council. We're fairly united on that front. More to come there. I agree with Councilmember Harper, and if you need a second in order to get that agendized, I'll second a cannabis moratorium. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, next is Councilmember Reynolds from District 5.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your comments today. I just want to share my concerns and a little bit of frustration with what we're hearing regarding continued access gaps to the resources that we're trying to make available to people struggling with rent. Really excited to see the eviction prevention ordinance come back. My understanding is that that's coming back at our next meeting. I also really like the idea of the clinics where we're, again, not just sharing information, but actively working with people on filling out those applications. I think we really need to understand what the hurdles are. Our contract administrators need to understand that our intent is to get resources to people. When people are denied or turned away, we need to know how often that's happening and why it's happening. I think we want to fix those things as much as possible. My understanding was that there's a at least monthly feedback loop in that process. So I think it's important that we're making sure that that's happening. Okay, I think all my other comments are going to be related to sort of the theme of the month, Walktober and active transportation. I am participating in a national campaign right now called Week Without Driving. This is a campaign, I think it's the first time it's gone national. It was originally started by some disability rights organizations to raise awareness to the experiences of people who don't have access to a car or for some reason cannot drive a car. So I'm on day 2. I took the bus here today, learned a lot. It was both easier than I thought and tougher than I thought. Thank goodness the weather wasn't bad. Have no idea how I'm getting home. But want to invite all of you to just sort of think about that in your daily life. If you don't have if you didn't have access to a vehicle, some of you probably don't, how would you get around? And I am thankful for the people who put on this campaign. I'm going to do my best to make it all 7 days. Again, it just makes me really proud of the work that we're doing. I got to walk along some of the streets that have newly paved sidewalks and where the cars are now traveling further from the sidewalk, which added to some comfort. On those notes, I am thrilled with the new striping on West 19th. I've heard a lot of really good comments from community members in the area who are happy about that. I walked along that street yesterday too, and I chatted with some folks on the businesses on West 19th. There's sort of a feeling that cars have slowed down. Obviously, we can't measure it, but so far so good. I did notice that vehicles, I think because the bike lane is so wide, vehicles do tend to drift into it. And so I wonder if we can put some of those, bumps or other interventions on the road to make it very clear that vehicles are not supposed to be in that space. Also, I shared an email with staff on this, the Wilson Street crossing. I know there was some excitement about that a few months ago. We're long overdue, and I'm hoping because that is a route to school and route to park crossing on Wilson Street, that we can do some short-term interventions while we wait for the big project that's coming. Ralph mentioned the kickoff for the Strong Towns OC group. I will be there. I'm really excited about this group forming. Hopefully we can take active transportation advocacy countywide. So I'm happy to be hosting that in Costa Mesa. That event will be an opportunity to meet other people who are interested in cities designed for people, interested in the Strong Towns movement. And I think there's going to be a documentary played there to learn a little bit more about that movement. Two other items, and these are things I've mentioned and kind of requests for the future. We do a fantastic job focusing on our pavement condition index for maintaining our streets. I'd really like us to consider something like a sidewalk condition index. A lot of our sidewalk work is still very ad hoc, responding to specific complaints from people. I think we can be much more systematic about that and have a plan to really improve our sidewalks throughout the city in a more holistic and systematic way. And then finally, I've been talking about special events in our city and individuals and different organizations and businesses who are trying to promote more events that serve our community. I saw that the city of Santa Ana recently released some funds, kind of some grant funds to support community-based event ideas. And so I'm going to share that information with the city manager, and I'd love to see us create something similar. Again, this is just providing some funds to enable community members to host events that are city serving. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. From District 4, Councilmember Manuel Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, members of the public, for joining us today. 3 quick invitations, 2 responses to public comment, and then 1 request for the mayor. Tomorrow it's Walk to School Day for the kids in District 4 that attend Ray Elementary School or Pomona Elementary School. The meetup site is going to be 7:15 a.m. at the Senior Center. Hope to see you guys all there. I know it's always rambunctious when you guys walk through the neighborhood going to school, and I know for a lot of folks in my community, they walk to school every day anyways, but it's going to make a day out of it. Second, this Saturday, our own fire department is having their open house at Fire Station 4. It's probably one of the most fun events we have every year. It's going to be from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., located at Fire Station 4, right across the street from East Costa High School. You can park your cars there and have a good festivities with our fire department. And then finally, we do have Back to Soy Night happening next Thursday, October 12th from 5:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. For those that don't know, Save Our Youth is a nonprofit located in Westside Costa Mesa, right next to Real Elementary School. That's been there for 31 years. They help students in the school district get into college and get free resources like free dance classes, music classes, and more. So if you're in the area and want to visit them, check them out. For my council comments, real quickly, I want to echo a support to the housing clinic and also bringing a moratorium discussion on cannabis. And finally, for the mayor, if we could please end the meeting in honor of Brandon Alcala. He is a Estancia high school student who passed away last week. Thank you.
Okay, yes, can you write his name down for me, please? Okay, so now Councilmember Lauren Gameros from District 2.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to be brief this evening, but I do want to recognize our first responders in our community fire and police, because we did have an unfortunate event that took place that I'm aware of. And there was a 17-year-old that apparently overdosed. And I was made aware of it through my son, who was also 17 years old and attends Newport Mesa Unified School District's high school. And it's a tragedy when you hear about this. It really hit home. For me, I have a son that, you know, he engages in socializing with his friends, and they do a lot of things, and you kind of wonder where your kid is. You really don't know what's going on. And I just want to remind everyone that we do have personnel available for outreach. We have a great fire department and a police department that's here to respond for any of the needs of this community. And I think it's really important that we engage with them for whatever reason that we need to. And these types of incidents are definitely preventable. So I'm gonna just end on the fact that we do have something here for everybody, and I wanna rely on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next from District 6, Mayor Pro Tem Jeff Harlan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick announcement and then a comment. So for those who are participating in Walk to School tomorrow in the east side, going to Kaiser or Woodland Elementary Schools, the meeting point is Lindbergh Park on 23rd Street between Orange and Westminster Avenues at 7:20 a.m. My comment follows a lot of what has been talked about tonight regarding Fairview Development Center. I attended the meeting last week. About 85 people from the community showed up. If you were there, it's probably because you actually got notice, not from the state, but by the city. We had people out dropping door hangers. We put stuff on social media. A number of us posted on our personal pages. And that's largely because it's an important, very important topic for our community. We want people to be aware of it. In fact, we had a presentation by staff, I believe it was at the last council meeting. So we want to make sure people do participate. And quite honestly, it was good for the state to get a little bit of a butt kicking from the community. You know, I don't mind saying that because it was unfortunate, but it was a very poorly presented meeting on a number of fronts, some of which have already been discussed. But for me, it is mostly about a policy decision. And for us in the city, we've already made a commitment for Fairview Development Center to be a main housing opportunity site. And I don't want to see that jeopardized. I haven't seen anything from the state that's persuaded me that what's being proposed is going to be good for our community and is necessary. And in fact, if anything, it's going to severely frustrate our ability to provide the much needed housing that we need in the heart of our city. And in fact, I think that's underscored not just by the comments we've heard tonight, but repeatedly over the last several months by people who are facing eviction and having a hard time paying rent. Housing is critical. So I'm only speaking for myself. I think the city should be opposing this project. I think we should be taking a very strong position. I know we are going to be providing a comment letter to the EIR, which will address the specific issues in that document. I also encourage everybody in the community to weigh in, write your comments, send them to the state, make sure they hear loud and clear what's really important for Costa Mesa. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I got a number of things. I'll try to be quick. Regarding Fairview Developmental Center, thank you to everybody who went out and expressed themselves. As I said during that meeting, I share a lot of the concerns that we heard from, you know, the 85 people that were there. We had the city have cataloged those concerns, and we've taken them in. And I think it's fair to say that what you're going to see is a full court press by the city of Costa Mesa, and especially the mayor, to try to convince the state that this is not the best place under the circumstances for emergency operations center. Rather, we should be working on what's one of our 5 goals, which is housing. And as the Mayor Pro Tem just said, and so many other council members, that is one of our 5 goals, and you just see at every meeting how important it is. I was also very encouraged because it seems like a lot of people that had previously been resisting the creation of housing actually came out and expressed themselves in favor of housing at that meeting. So that's very encouraging. On a kind of a fun note, but it's very congratulatory, Jake Knapp from formerly Estancia High School and a family friend, he got his PGA card. Well, he's going to technically get it on Sunday, but that is a big deal, and it's a long time to get a PGA card. He won that for years on the Canadian Tour, and then finally he broke through the Corn Ferry Tour, and next year we'll be rooting for Jake Knapp from Estancia High School on the PGA Tour. Yay. We're going to try, once his season's over, he plays in the championship next week, we'll try to get him in here and honor him. He's certainly worthy of it. The Sustainability Decathlon is coming up. It starts on, it's right here at the fairgrounds, so in Costa Mesa. It starts on the 5th and goes through the 15th. It's the weekends, pretty much. It goes, I think, from Thursday to Sunday, and then it takes a couple days off in between. So please go check that out. What's that? Oh, and Councilmember Mar's a judge. So anyway, with respect to all the folks that came up and talked about the eviction protection ordinance and things like that, I agree with many of the comments. Whatever we can do to either get people more access to rental assistance and also, or fund it if necessary, but also what I've initiated, it's going to start next meeting, is legal aid is going to be here at every council meeting between 5:30 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. to address concerns specifically right outside the council chambers. They're having an event in a couple nights, a fundraiser, and Councilmember Marr is going to be there, most likely Councilmember Gameros, and I'm going to be there. So we're grateful to legal aid for that. I agree with the comments about Placentia Avenue. It looks great. That's, I said rental assistance already. Okay, good. I'm covering it. Okay, and then as for the adjournments, to Brandon Alcala, I'd like to add Dianne Feinstein, who was our senator for 31 years. And there's very few people that have ever given more to the state of California than Dianne Feinstein. Also former mayor of San Francisco and supervisor of San Francisco. And so I did a statement about her, but we'll be recognized here at the end of the meeting when we adjourn. And then Jordan Brandman, a fairly young man, 43 years old, who was a council member in Anaheim and also a school board member. I'm going to be mentioning him at the end. And then we'll also mention Ronnie J. Coleman, and that was mentioned by the fire chief. And so we'll be adjourning for those four. So if you're here at the end, be respectful. Wait till the end. We have four very important people that we need to honor and remember at the end of our meeting. So thank you very much. And City Manager Lorianne Farrell Harrison, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor and Honorable Council. Good evening, everyone. Just have a few updates here, consistent with all the comments that you've heard about the meeting that was held by the State Department of General Services regarding Cal OES's proposed Regional Operations Center for Emergencies and its all of its different elements. I just wanted to echo that staff will be working on our responses to the draft EIR. Those comments are due on October 20th. We do plan on bringing the draft comments to our public meeting on October 17th. We want to hear from the community. We have already been taking copious notes and getting a lot of feedback based on the meeting and other correspondence that we've received as of tonight's meeting and also last meeting when we actually brought a receive and file item with a description about the project to the public. And so we'll continue to have transparent conversations about this and the city's reservations, in addition to any other direction that we get from council, whether it be traveling to Sacramento to lobby for the state's to be responsive to the community's concerns and the city's feedback to them on this project, and the emphasis on housing, which, as you know, was something that we've been talking to the state about for the last 4 years and heavily lobbied the state for that to be the main purpose of the site. And so stay tuned for our October 17th meeting and the comments to the EIR, but also feel free to reach out to the consultant, and the information that was provided is on our own website. And so if you go to our website, you look at the Fairview Developmental Center page, there's an opportunity there for you to provide comments directly. Feel free to actually comment to us as well if you haven't already, and we'll make sure that that's all included. Moving on to another topic, just wanted to advise everybody that tomorrow at 11:20 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, in coordination with the Federal Communications Commission, or the FCC, is conducting a nationwide test of the wireless emergency alert and emergency alert system. And so you would likely receive something on your cell phones or a radio if you have a radio, or your television. The purpose of the test is just for FEMA to be able to analyze and assess if they are getting information through to the populace, to the nation's populace. This is a national test. It'll be happening across the board throughout the country for everyone in the U.S. And so if you do receive that, please don't be alarmed. It is just a test. But if you don't receive an alert at 11:20, then please feel free to contact the city, because we'll be able to share that information with FEMA if something about the emergency alert system is not working. So we want to make sure that in the event of a national emergency of any kind, that you would be communicated to. The city also has the capacity to send out alerts through this same system. We're one of the few cities that actually has that authorization. And so please be aware of that and alert your family members as well, especially if you have young children who have this as well, who may be in class or maybe in school at the time, seniors who might receive it and be alarmed. Just please communicate with your families. We're trying to get the word out as well that this emergency test will be happening. The message will display in either English or in Spanish, depending on the language settings of the wireless handset. And again, there's a separate system that will relate to radios and televisions. And again, it's just to make sure that we can warn the public about emergencies directly from the Federal Emergency Management Agency. Along those lines, we also wanted to communicate a little bit about the new app that we'll be introducing, Costa Mesa 311. As you know, we have the My Costa Mesa app, and we've had that app for many years. We'll be transitioning to a more state-of-the-art application that actually will connect with other information that'll be housed in the city's land management system, the licensing and permitting system for the city. And so it'll be a much more seamless transition to get information that you input regarding something that you see, a code enforcement issue, a pothole, anything that you want to communicate to the city that's not an emergency that should still go through 911 into this app, and it'll go straight to the land management system where our code enforcement and other city personnel can immediately respond to your concern or respond to it a lot more effectively because there's better functionality. Please stay tuned. We'll actually have a training at the next meeting on how to use that app, but we're excited about the new launch and strongly encourage for you to transition, because the My Costa Mesa app that you have currently will no longer function. We'll be transitioning to Costa Mesa 311, and make sure when you do download it that you download Costa Mesa's 311. 311 systems are used by many cities to receive information of a non-emergency nature from its public. Make sure that you download the correct one, Costa Mesa 311, but not yet. We have not enabled it yet for downloads, but we will. So this is just a sneak peek, heads up. And then on the housing, thank you, Council, for your comments. We've been taking copious notes. As you know, our staff is very involved in assisting the public with the issues associated with housing, evictions that are happening, and just rental assistance. We will absolutely connect with our providers. As of my last information, they did still have funding in their contracts, but we will double check to make sure that that's the case. And if there needs to be additional funding, we're happy to bring that back. We've been bringing that back consistently, but we will check on that. We will be bringing the eviction protection ordinance at the next meeting, and it will address a number of the concerns that were raised this evening. We're also making sure that it's consistent with AB 567, the recently adopted legislation that is for eviction protection for tenants. And so we'll be doing that. I'll also work closely with the team to make sure that we're getting information on anybody who is inappropriately using the city seal that's not acceptable. And so we'll make sure that we have staff investigate whether that's happening. At no time should anyone be using the city seal without our permission. AB 567 does require for copies of permits to be provided to residents if that is the basis for an eviction. So we'll make sure that that's happening as well. And so more on that at the next meeting. And that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I forgot to acknowledge Sergio Escobar. Thank you very much, Sergio, for helping to get those legal aid folks here during our meetings.
And
Okay.
Evis Torres, thank you.
Oh, and Evis. I didn't know you were involved. Sorry. Yeah, Evis Torres. Anybody who was involved. I see. I don't do anything. I suggest things. Okay. City Attorney Kim Barlow. It's your
Thank you,
turn
Mr.
for your
Mayor.
report.
I have nothing this evening other than a request for a short break.
Well, okay. Let's do this. Let's do the consent calendar.
Okay.
Great report, by the way. Okay, so consent calendar is up next, and it'll be ruled upon in one motion unless members of the public or the council or the staff pulls an item. Madam Clerk, have any items been pulled?
No, I have not received any requests.
Okay, good. Okay, in that case, I need a motion, council.
Move the balance.
No, well, not only the balance, the whole thing.
Sorry, move all of it. The
Move
balance,
all of
everything.
it.
Move everything.
Okay, move everything. Councilmember Reynolds is the motion to move everything. And then who's doing the second?
I will.
Okay, Councilmember Chavez seconds it. Okay, all in favor?
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, great job, council. We did it. And let's take a break as requested by our city attorney. Hi, everybody. We're back on the record. It's 8:05. We have, let's see, it's technically a new business items? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, we have two new business items. Madam Clerk, could you please read the title of new business item number 1?
This is Costa Mesa Fire and Rescue Department overview. Presentation by Chief Stefano.
Chief Stefano, I'm proud to give you the floor.
Well, thank you so much, Mayor Stevens, members of the council, City Manager Farrell Harrison, city staff, and community. It is our honor, our privilege to tonight just provide a general overview of the department in alignment with what the other city departments have done to date. We are honored as part of the public safety presentation to lead off and then turn it over to the police department. We have a great presentation and up here, and we'll introduce each as we go along, a team up here that represents our entire organization as we speak about the different areas. But we will move forward in an efficient way and make sure we hit all the key areas. In terms of tonight's presentation, we're going to briefly talk about introduction of background with a department overview. We'll get into then an analysis and overview of our different divisions, our sections, and key areas. And we'll provide some of the goals and objectives that we've touched that are in alignment with the City Council's goals, strategic goals and objectives. We'll also touch on some of the many accomplishments that we've been able to achieve, and then we'll talk about challenges and opportunities throughout the presentation, and then we'll close. As we start off the presentation, I just want to emphasize, as we sit up here today as an organization, as a collective team, as stewards of the Costa Mesa Fire and Rescue Department. It's not possible without support from the City Council, and I want to acknowledge that. That's something that's been very important. It's one thing to acknowledge a public safety entity, a fire department, a police department, but it's another to really back up what you need, and we talk about it all the time. Our greatest resources are our people, and it's something this City Council and certainly the City Manager has truly recognized, not only by acknowledging the workers, the staff, the team members, but also providing us the tools to do the job. And that's something that is not lost by any stretch, and it's appreciated. Additionally, the city team. There's nothing that we do in a silo. I think in some of the old days, particularly with public safety, we would operate in our own silo. That's not what takes place today. As is viewed on the screen, you can see a great group of professionals. We rely on each other. Everything that we do as a fire and rescue department depends on the city organization, starting with obviously the city manager's office, working through my partner in public safety, Chief Lawrence, and working through every department and division from finance to public works to IT, human resources. There's not an area that we don't touch and that we don't rely on as we move forward in our goals and objectives. So I just want to acknowledge that incredible team that we have and the leadership with that. In terms of a brief introduction and background, and as I said, as we go through the presentation, we'll get more in depth with each speaker. But Costa Mesa Fire and Rescue is an all-hazard, all-risk public safety organization. We are currently budgeted for 97 full-time staff members, and that number is up from where we were at the change of things about 7 or 8 years ago. I will say if we go back about 15 years, the city had 112 fire personnel. We ran about half the calls. So again, this is something that has increased the personnel that we need to do the job, and we've done it very thoughtfully along the way with the support. Our overall budget for fiscal year 23-24 is $35.8 million. We run our services out of City Hall on the 5th floor. The other end of the hall of the City Manager's office and City Council. That's our fire administration, community risk reduction, and fire operations headquarters. And then out of 6 of our strategically placed fire stations, 24/7, 365. And as I said, our department operates working out of 3 divisions, the administration division, the operations division, and community risk reduction, which used to always be referred to as fire prevention, but community risk reduction encompasses everything from community education, prevention inspections, planning, and on. So as I jump into fire administration, our fire administration team oversees the large umbrella of the department, including everything from the budget operations, strategic planning, human resources, the delivery of all of our services, and really working towards the most effective and efficient operations we can for the department and serving the public to the best of our ability. The other key item is that we always incorporate where we can innovation, technology along the way. Executive Assistant Laura Ross and Kristen Stevens, our Senior Management Analyst, are key players when we talk about all of our operations. Everyone wears multiple hats, and they work in concert with all of the other assistants and analysts throughout the city. Picture to the right is our command staff, and that includes all of our chief officers. And I'll just quickly go through. Battalion Chief Bill Kershaw, 35 years in the fire service. This collective team has over 150 years of experience is what we have there. He commands the C shift for the department. Battalion Chief Tim Batson right next to him. He is the B shift battalion chief. John Neal, who recently, along with Chief Pyle, were both upgraded. John Neal serving as our fire marshal and now assistant fire chief, indicative of the jobs and duties that he does. Jason Pyle, right to my left in the picture, as you're looking to the right on the screen, Assistant Fire Chief of Operations, what I always refer to as just an incredible resource for the city and for me, as all these individuals are, but the most brilliant analytical mind in the Orange County Fire Service today. And you'll get a little piece of that today. And then, of course, Battalion Chief Chris Coates to round it all off, who's with us today, and he'll speak about the training tower. Again, a talented group. We refer to what we do not only as a command staff, but as an organization of iron sharpening iron, and that's really what we try to go after on a daily basis. This is a snapshot of our organizational chart. As you can see, the breakdown, a bit compacted there, but breaking down into the primary divisions, administration overseeing it all, community risk reduction with John Neal, and operations with Chief Pyle. And this is the most valuable resource for us and with us. It's our organization. and us focusing on honoring the past, leading the present, and embracing the future. Incredible group of professionals and individuals on all fronts. Proud and honored to be the steward and fire chief at this point in time, but it's certainly a team effort in all we do. In terms of our mission focus is all about serving and protecting the community through professionalism, leadership, and excellence. And we really focus on breaking down what we do into 4 key areas. Focuses on our people, and that includes making sure that our people are taken care of, are well trained, are prepared. That includes everything from health and mental behavioral awareness. It also includes a focus on active leadership, professional development, and succession planning for those who serve, but also for those who we serve. Our infrastructure, that has been a challenge over the years for us in terms of the planning and the funding for that. We've got to have the tools to do the job, and this council has done that. But facilities is a focus for us. That includes new Fire Station 1, a regional training tower we'll speak about, Fire Station 2 coming in, living quarters for Fire Station 4 that will be replaced here as well, new apparatus, new fire apparatus, our equipment, EOC, ECC, and technology. And again, we're excited about that as we talk about technology and the strategic plan of our IT department. Our service, the service we provide, the deployment that we provide out of our 6 stations and our headquarters, providing the community with the best possible service we can, also being dynamic enough to flex where we can, where we need to. As I said, if we go back about 12 years, we had about half the call volume, and we had more people. Currently today, we're over 14,000 calls as of last year, and we have 85 sworn personnel that are providing those services. So we do everything we can, and we're constantly monitoring the services that we provide, working to close gaps along the way. And then finally, our technologies innovation in alignment with the City Council and with the city. We're looking forward to some CAD and RMS upgrades along with the police, our public safety work, and then obviously working where we can for response mapping and enhanced GIS. That is something that technologies are out there, and the city's working to get in that spot. I spoke about active leadership, professional development, and succession planning, and you'll hear it peppered throughout this presentation because it is one of the most important things that we work through. And our philosophy is through all ranks and roles in the organization, a 3-deep mentality. And what that is making sure that every role, every position, every rank in the department has 3 deep behind you. And as I showed that first slide with the command staff, we not only have 3 deep of individuals prepared and ready to step in as the next fire chief, if that is the direction of the city when that time comes, they are ready to do it. And that goes out through the entire organization, and I think it's a very important element to have in place, and we're proud of that. And then finally, just an acknowledgement of our strategic planning process, which is in alignment with the council's strategic goals and plans. We initiated our first strategic plan in 2015. And it was a great opportunity for us to create a vision to move forward. We completed that, and we transitioned into this next plan with the support of the council and the city manager into a community-driven strategic plan where we brought the community in, we took their input and their feedback, and that was incorporated into that strategic plan, outlining the vision for the future for us. Now, as we move on, I'm going to transition into the operations division and hand it over to our Assistant Fire Chief, Jason Pyle. Chief Pyle.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening. It's my pleasure tonight to present to you a brief overview of our operations, some annual metrics, and some highlights. As the Chief stated, we are a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week, 365-day-a-year emergency response force. We operate out of 6 stations strategically positioned throughout the city. On a daily basis, there's 27 personnel on active duty that work 24-hour shifts. We respond to all hazard, all emergencies. These include but not limited to fire, search and rescue, emergency medical services, environmental emergencies, hazmat, fire cause and origin, life safety inspections, arson investigation, high-rise inspections, drone program, fire cadet program, education, training, and part of the California State Office of Emergency Services state mission that includes wildland fires, mud and debris flow, and search and rescue. What you see before you is the map showing the location of the 6 strategic stations throughout the city. We operate a full mesh-style system of redundant coverage and are constantly adjusting for the needs of the community and the ever-changing landscape of the calls that we receive. You'll see to the far left of the map is a list of all our apparatus and the different places that they reside. They do move about. These are the static spot as of today. It's important to note that the Orange County operational area that we reside in has perhaps the best system of automatic aid when it comes to anywhere in the country. It's actively managed by Orange County ops chiefs and to ensure an equitable cooperation. And to say that means no one city is a donor and no one city is a receiver. Each city supports and each city gives when needed and asked, and each city receives in a cooperative fashion that is unparalleled anywhere up and down the state. It's exciting for us to talk about next generation technology, especially when it comes to vehicles and equipment, some of which we'll talk a little bit more later tonight, but some right now. This year we received a new fire tiller truck and also a new triple combination fire engine. These were done at the direction of the City Council in support of all services within the city, and these are an outstanding addition to our fleet. Successful replacement of all 6 fire rescue ambulances has started to take place. We've received 2 of our 6 ambulances already, and the remaining 4 ambulances are currently in the build process and will be here about this time next year. Costa Mesa Fire and Rescue also recently placed into service all new Zoll X-Series advanced cardiac monitors and defibrillators. Our EMS section will talk about that tonight, but also we have just received this past week the citywide allotment of new AEDs for all fixed facilities, and we look forward to the deployment here in the coming months and the training for city staff of all new advanced AEDs throughout the city. This new equipment represents the city's investment in the latest technology available to support or deliver emergency services and EMS throughout the community. This investment into the aforementioned was only possible because of the vision and action of the councils. We appreciate that and thank you very much. Again, it represents the collaborative teamwork within the city of all departments to purchase and acquire equipment of this nature and the complexities by which getting it, shipping it, and putting it into place takes place. And so with that, we appreciate your help. Some annual metrics and review. Calls for services in this past review period, 14,449 incidents. Those incidents are broken up into what we call MFERS reporting categories, which you see before you, which includes fires, hazardous conditions, service calls, EMS, rescue, vehicle accidents, good intent or help calls, and alarms. Within these is also a statewide master mutual aid, or CAL OES, request for service that included 13 different incidents over 61 days on deployment. It's important to note that for us, COVID was a pause in a moment and only a pause. Before COVID, we trajected at an annual increase of calls every year. COVID put a pause on it, and as we came back from COVID, we were in full throttle back to that annual increase of calls, and we were up approximately 11% in call volume over the last 5 years. As we speak to supporting the state mission and regional, Costa Mesa is a leader in and has firmly established itself as in the leadership position within California's Master Mutual Aid Program. Fortunately, we have been able to receive 3 different units from the state of California for that purpose. That includes a Type 1 all-hazard engine, a Type 3 wildland 4-wheel drive all-risk hazard, and a Type 6 all-wheel drive vehicle for scouting. That's what we call a Type 6, as you see up there. One of the main benefits of this program is that the city has received over $1.5 million in apparatus for our utilization in this system. And anytime we're activated within this system, the city is fully 100% reimbursed for the time of the manpower that is put out for personnel out on the line. When we speak to our emergency vehicles, on your bottom left is the fire engine. That is the workhorse of the fire industry. The upper left is the tiller truck, also referred to as a TDA, or tractor-drawn aerial. That's where you have someone who drives in the front and the back. The center picture is that new TDA going through service testing of flowing water. To the far right is one of the new ambulance transports, and at the very bottom right is a heavy rescue urban search and rescue vehicle, one of 4 within the county. It's also a statewide resource that we can be called on. It is for that heavy rescue, urban search and rescue, breaching, boring, trenching, hazardous materials support, search and rescue within confined space, mud and debris flows, and other incidents of that type. A few highlights that I would like to talk about tonight from our operational side. Number 1 is our ambulance transportation program. This was worked on long and hard, established in September 1st, 2018. It affords for us for local control, customized service to the community, and it's mission focused. To date, the annual cost recovery each year is around $4.6 million, and it has over $16.6 million since inception. This local control allows the Costa Mesa Fire and Rescue to adjust and adapt quickly and efficiently to the service needs of our community. Another important area that we have is our arson investigation team and Orange County Intelligence Assessment Center, also known as a kayak. 3 different examples of this. Earlier in the last year, there was a firebombing, a Molotov cocktail at Planned Parenthood. That fire investigation led to the FBI arresting 3 suspects who are all currently charged by federal prosecutors with multiple felonies and going through the court process. Michaels, an adult male, started a fire inside of Michaels Arts and Crafts, causing approximately $1 million in damage to the building and merchandise. The fire investigation led to the arrest and successful conviction of the suspect. East Side arsonist, an adult female, started multiple fires to residential trash cans along the alley in Broadway Street between Tustin and Irvine. Fires damaged a couple structures. The fire investigation led to the arrest and successful conviction of the female for arson felony. These investigation results are only made possible because of the collaborative partnership we have with our Costa Mesa PD and the hard work from our individuals. Our active leadership and succession program planning is the cornerstone to our success. A few examples tonight for your review: Orange County Fire Chiefs, Orange County Ops Chiefs, Orange County Training, Orange County EMS, Orange County Fire Marshals, and Community Risk Reduction are some of the main focal groups within the County of Orange that drive the direction. It's important to note that your command staff sitting before you has at one time, currently or now, or resides as either president, past president, vice president, and secretarial positions on all of these committees and continues to do so. We're part of the Orange County Hazardous Materials Emergency Response Authority, or OCMERA, that is the hazmat system within the county. Orange County USAR Program Manager, UAG and UASI Urban Area Working Groups, we're the Harbor Area Rep. In Santa Ana College Fire Technology Advisory Committee, we've been part of Cal Chiefs Past President, Cal Chiefs Operations Southern Section President, Cal Chiefs Training Officers Southern Section Executive Board, Cal Chiefs Board Director, Past President of Fire Chiefs Department and Policy Committees, Blueprint 2030 for State Fire Training, Strategic Plan Development Team, CTAC State Training Education Advisory Committee, just to name a few. These are part of the committees that we use and do to be successful, to have the knowledge, and to also have the succession planning for years to come. But nothing comes without hard work, so let's take a deeper dive now into some of our emergency services. With that, I would like to introduce Captain Justin Horner, who is our EMS Manager.
Good evening. I've been the Emergency Medical Services Manager for about 1.5 years. So I'm going to do a brief discussion of emergency medical services, what that is, and some achievements and some goals we're working on. EMS, as I'll call it, is just a portion of our responsibilities as an all-hazard agency, but it is a big portion. And within emergency medical services, there's a wide variety of emergencies that we can respond to, from simple falls to traumatic accidents, to cardiac emergencies. Our members are all trained at a minimum to the EMT level, and then we have 10 paramedics on duty each day. Strategically placed throughout our 6 stations, we have 4 paramedic engines, a paramedic rescue, 2 EMT level BLS truck companies, and then our 3 BLS level transporting ambulances, part of our ambulance operator program that was touched on earlier. If you look at our numbers, as was referenced, a little over 10,000 calls for service are related to EMS and vehicle accidents. You can look at our transport numbers. These are trending upwards, and we've encountered some challenges with hospitals' ability to intake these individuals and get our ambulances back in service. So that's a continual issue we're working through. But you can get a good look of, we transport a little over 7,500 people a year, and it's trending upward. We also provide services that may not end up in a transportation, depending on the level of emergency and what we find when we're out providing services. The specialty center transport information is there mostly to highlight the variety of emergencies we encounter, but also the specialty training we need to be able to handle these types of emergencies, whether it's trauma, stroke, neuro emergencies, cardiac emergencies, pediatric specialty emergencies, and then burn, OB, or even replant, which is reimplanting appendages should they become separated. So there's a wide variety of training we need to be able to not only identify, but then mitigate those emergencies and recognize where the best facility is to take those individuals. So our training comprises monthly of EMS updates and newsletters. We do bi-monthly classroom training, and we have to stay on top of our EMS protocols through Orange County EMS. Another graphic up there with the opioid crisis is our Narcan administration, and it just highlights that it's a continued trend, a continued problem. It's showing you each month how many individuals we're contacting that are in need of Narcan. The problem continues. It's down a little bit from the previous fiscal year, but it does continue. The next thing I want to highlight and was brought up was the investment in equipment. So in the last fiscal year, we took delivery of our new Zoll monitors, which puts us at the leading edge of technology in pre-hospital setting. It gives us new metrics, new capabilities to deliver a higher quality of service. So we're very thankful to have had the opportunity to put those into service. They're out serving the community right now. It was also touched on the AEDs that we've now received and will be putting into service. And what's unique about our equipment is the integration of our cardiac monitors and the AEDs to the point where a fixed facility AED in City Hall or at the library community center, the pads those use are compatible with our cardiac monitors that our paramedics bring. So the service that gets started by bystanders, layperson, we can continue that service with minimal interruption. So we're building upon the work of citizens who step in to intervene. And that's a great thing. We're working on a plan to put those into service. The auto pulse, which is the blue board above it, is another piece that we've had for quite a while. It's automatic CPR, but we've taken the use of that to a new level in our cardiac arrest management, which I'll talk about, but it gives us an ability to position a patient in a way that's favorable for them. But it also integrates in with these new monitors. In the past, we would have to pause compressions to deliver defibrillation. With these new monitors, they integrate with the auto pulse board, and we no longer have to pause compressions to deliver energy. It syncs up and delivers it at the optimal time. So that's a big asset for us. The list of capabilities on the right, again, highlights some of the features of the equipment, but it also highlights the training that we need to continue and maintain and make sure all of our members are up to date so that we can get maximum usage out of that equipment. And then the last thing I want to talk about, sometimes I have to be careful because I talk about it with excitement, but it's cardiac arrest, and it's kind of a morbid topic in a way, but what we're trying to do to me is exciting because we've refocused our efforts on cardiac arrest management and are exercising the latest trends in how to manage this, and we've had some pretty good results over the last year, and we continue to have good results. What the charts there show you is there's a lot of variety when encountering somebody who suffers a cardiac arrest in terms of underlying causes, whether somebody intervenes or not, if somebody witnesses it or not. And then there's a criteria called the Utstein criteria, which looks at a witnessed arrest, and if we find that individual in a shockable rhythm, and then that's considered a good, viable person to be able to restore their pulse. So you'll see the term ROSC, which stands for return of spontaneous circulation. Our goal is to achieve return of spontaneous circulation, but more importantly, is to protect the brain while we're doing that so that somebody can walk out of the hospital neurologically intact and continue their life. Underneath the image there, you'll see 6 individuals from January 1 till September 11 that we found clinically dead. Our crews resuscitated, and they left the hospital neurologically intact, were able to return to their lives. One of them, the 68-year-old male, was at work, had a coworker perform CPR on them before our crews arrived. The 75-year-old female was leaving a restaurant, found in a parking lot with a bystander doing CPR. Our crews restarted her heart. She was discharged. The 62-year-old male was driving down 17th Street in his car. He went into cardiac arrest. His car just kind of came to a rest. There was an off-duty firefighter who saw it, pulled him from his car, started CPR until our crews arrived and took over. That one we happen to know on his way out of the hospital. He expressed his thanks and said he was going to get to go see his grandson's baseball game. So that's a pretty good save there. Another 42-year-old male at work, way too young, but bystanders or coworkers performed CPR, and he was able to be discharged home. And then the 50-year-old female at work, that was one of our most recent ones, and really highlights from recognition by coworkers stepping in and performing CPR, our emergency communications center rapidly recognizing an arrest and dispatching units, and then our crews arriving, providing good care, and then having a hospital to take them to that has advanced procedures in bringing somebody back. They cool their body temperature, therapeutic cooling, bring them back up and make sure everything's back online. So just wanted to highlight some of those cases that we were able to have positive outcomes with. We're ahead of national averages in terms of our return of spontaneous circulation, which I'm proud of. We continue to work and push through that. And to highlight, I talked about Utstein criteria, but there's an even better one. It's someone who has a witnessed arrest, someone is willing to step in and do CPR, and we find them in a shockable rhythm. And for us, if we encounter that situation, at this point we're 89% success ratio on getting the heart started again, with a 64% chance of them being discharged neurologically intact. And that's what we're working towards. That's what we're continuing to push and train for. It's ongoing training. It'll keep going on, but it's something we're very proud of. Next thing I'd like to do is pass on to my cohort here, Captain Chuck Torres of training.
Thank you, Justin. Good evening, and my name is Chuck Torres, and I'm in charge of the training section. I'm the Training, Safety, and Professional Standards Officer for that section. As you've seen on the pictures in the previous slides and heard all the information, we are an all-hazard department, and for that need, we need to train for all hazards that we may encounter on a statewide basis, right? And not to just that fact, but also to support Justin and everything that we have to train for just with EMS, right? Being 80% of our emergencies that we go on. So we've developed a comprehensive and internal CMFR training program. It's a 2-year training program where we go and we forecast what our training is, what the needs are within our regional partners, and specific to our department, right? So you can see there, we require 2 hours minimum a day of training. That comes out to 20 hours a month, 240 hours a year, which is exceeding over 20,000 hours a year that we have to coordinate and achieve some mandated training that is required of us for our accreditation as well. So through that, we've very proud of having 6 individuals that have just successfully passed probation and are full-time staff now on our department. And through that, we had a enhanced probationary academy where we added an extra week and added some more elements to that academy, which then helped them be successful in achieving their full-time status here with the city of Costa Mesa. Also, we started implementing multi-agency training with our regional partners. And since we now go out with OES agencies or departments that have OES apparatus, we've started doing our wildland refresher training with Anaheim, Orange, Fullerton, Newport Beach, Laguna Beach, to name a few, because we go out with them on the basis of when we make our teams. So we make strike teams. That way we can be comfortable with each other and we know who the leaders are in that group and then work effectively with that. Also, we have a upcoming hazmat materials training with Huntington Beach being the lead, and they're gonna be training Newport, the southern cities basically, because they have a hazmat unit there who will respond to our city when we call out a hazmat unit. We also hosted regional urban search and rescue training where we invited all the urban search and rescue units in the county to come to our department. We had Captain Huneman build a simulated debris pile within our tower. It was very extensive. We had collapsed floors, doors. They had to breach, lift people out of holes, everything that you would have to do to get out of a debris pile. And it was very valuable for all the agencies in our surrounding departments. We also host an annual entrapment symposium here in the City Council chambers. So we do that yearly. And this year, we got just under capacity here in this council chamber. So I think we were about 185 people here in this council chambers, which was awesome to see it all full and listen to a chief talk about situations he encountered out on the wildland venue that we can learn from. Also, to support chiefs' expectations that he set for me and our department of having 3 deep in all of our positions. We are constantly advancing our training to support that and seeking out members that are interested in striving for improving their skill sets and their knowledge, and being ready to be state certified instructors to then support our regional training tower as well. Next slide. So that goes along with our increased professional development and specialized certifications, formal education, active leadership, and succession planning. So just to touch on that a little bit, we currently have multiple members that are actively pursuing their bachelor's degree. We also have a majority of our members in our department have their bachelor's degree. We have a few individuals that are pursuing their master's degrees, and we have a whole group of individuals that are involved in the state fire training, that they go up and down the state to gain more knowledge in vocational training as well. Evaluating our record keeping for training, we saw that there was a slight gap there in the recording system, so we have now implemented a training learning management system. It's called APS, and this system is going to help us record our training and disseminate our training, as well as support Justin's program at EMS to get the updates out and all the training that go along with EMS education. This also supports the goals and objectives in our strategic plan for improving our technology in that. So I am extremely happy to say that our members will continue to navigate all hazards fear and facing the challenges with determination. We will continue to train with resolution, striving to provide our community with the highest level of service, embracing the change that we're going to see on a daily basis, and maintaining our pursuit of excellence. That is what we guarantee that you get from our department. So I'm going to hand it off to Brenda.
I think we're going to regional training.
I believe I'm next.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, fantastic.
Chief Coates, go ahead.
Thank you, Captain Torres. Appreciate that. Hi, my name is Chris Coates, and I'm a suppression battalion chief assigned to the A shift. But prior to my promotion to a battalion chief in 2019, I had the fortunate opportunity to be the department's training officer and EMS manager. And I just want to dovetail onto what Captain Horner and Captain Torres talked about and highlight some of the fantastic things that have happened since I've left that office, and they've continued to pick that up and really run with it. And in line with the continue to enhance our professional standards and training division, Captain Ossetti, prior to Captain Torres' time in the training division, has continued to build upon that foundation that was built prior to their time. Some key examples of items that were brought in-house that we used to contract out for because we didn't have the ability to do it in-house was live fire training. We have embraced our people, and we've trained our people, sent them to classes, and now we've brought that in-house. And so we have a cadre of folks that are training our own folks in live fire training. And that begins in the entry-level firefighter academy. We're training our own folks in firefighter self-survival when they're inside of a structure that may be burning, on how to survive if they get trapped. We have added several subject matter experts teaching and training in a variety of disciplines in the department. As Captain Torres alluded to, we not only hosted but developed and facilitated regional USAR training, which is urban search and rescue. Our firefighter academies have gotten better each time with dedicated crews, and in fact, some may say that our firefighter academies have gotten stronger every day. Our promotional processes have been enhanced and streamlined without jeopardizing the integrity of the test. We've brought a drone program into our department. Our ambulance operator recruitment and training cadre is top-notch and bringing in the best ambulance operators from throughout the region. And our EMS division has increased our continuing education to far exceed any local and state requirements that we have. In terms of fire service health, wellness, fitness, peer support, and chaplain, I'm just going to pause for a moment and talk about the fact that we are losing approximately 100 to 200 firefighters every year to suicide. And so this fire service health and wellness and peer support program is very near and dear to our hearts because we care about our people and we care about them deeply. And so with that, we have a fire chaplain that is assigned to our department. We are looking to recruit additional fire chaplains to enhance that program. We have a peer support program. We have 7 internal members within the fire and rescue department that are trained to the advanced level, soon to be 8. We've got another member that we're going to train here shortly. And we've supported other regions and other departments when they face any kind of turmoil when it comes to peer support. So I'm really proud of our peer support team and what they've done, because it's a very difficult position to find them in, but they're doing a fantastic job. Our cancer prevention, we are looking at every avenue possible to reduce our chances of cancer. Captain Nocetti is leading the charge on that, but whether it's coming for a Plimo vent for the exhaust in the stations, the way we clean and inspect our personal protective equipment has been enhanced. And then we also have a contract with Santa Ana College for our wellness program that they come in annually and give us an annual wellness exam, and then they provide training throughout the year as well, as far as physical and mental capacity and discipline and mental fitness. So that kind of wraps up that piece of it. Now I want to get into our regional training facility, which that's something I'm very proud to present on. I've been the lead project manager for this for the fire and rescue department. I've worked with many people throughout the city and the city council. I appreciate the support, city manager, and every other city department. This has been a huge undertaking. It's well worth it, and we're looking forward to it. But just the executive summary of it is that Assembly Member Cotty Petrie Norris was able to allocate $2.5 million to the city for this project. The city allocated an additional $1 million to it, totaling $3.6 million. And the design process of the regional training tower is complete. Official groundbreaking is tentatively set for the end of the year following the release of an RFP for the general contractor. So we're working on that piece of it right now as well. So as I mentioned before, state allocated $2.5 million in partnership and advocacy with the governor's office and Assembly Member Cotty Petrie Norris. We have the additional $1.1 million. I'll pivot here for a minute. There's a picture on this slide of the old tower. I don't know if you can see it in the pictures, but those doors are rusted. They're dilapidated. The old tower is over 50 years old, and it's in bad repair and in desperate need of replacement. So this is going to be a huge win for the fire and rescue department, but also for the region and statewide, as it is a regional facility. The project scope is going to be demolition, and replacement of the existing structure, upgraded training ground, so it's not just isolated to this training tower, and then enhanced features of the regional facility. This facility, state-of-the-art training facility, the facility itself is running just over $2.3 million. It's a regional resource. This was secured through a Sourcewell contract through the city, and the new tower will be a regional resource. I mentioned that. But there's going to be a multidisciplinary approach that we didn't have to the old tower that we will have with this tower. For example, we have the ability to do live fire training in this tower. We have the ability to do ventilation training, forcible entry training, search and rescue, rappelling, firefighter self-survival props will be in it. There'll be a smoke machine that we can smoke out rooms and do search and rescue in as well. This is a state-of-the-art, multidiscipline, amazing training tower that we're going to get a lot of use out of. Going outside of the training tower and in line with what's required for the $2.5 million from the state, we're going to have a water reclamation tank that will hold thousands of gallons of water. So when we're out training and flowing water, that will then go into a drain and go right back into that tank, and we'll be able to recirc and reclaim the water that we're using to pump, therefore reducing our wastewater discharge. It's going to include a Class B burn room, which will be fueled by propane, which is one of the cleanest burning fossil fuels, which will allow us to have a good example of live fire training in that. And then we'll have additional ADA compliant bathrooms that will be added to our ambulance bay, and then there'll be solar panels that will help supplement the electrical requirements for the tower. And that is the end of my report when it comes to the training tower. Thank you very much for your support, and we are fired up to have this tower be erected.
Good evening, City Council. Fire Marshal John Neal here. I manage the Community Risk Reduction Division, CRR for short. It's a little bit easier to say. The CRR Division develops and enforces local fire, life safety, property, and environmental protection standards, and coordinates community preparedness activities, including volunteer outreach, education, training, and response programs for a universal strategy of community risk reduction. The Community Risk Reduction Division acts as Costa Mesa Fire and Rescue's liaison to internal departments and external agencies and committees. So there's a lengthy list here, but I'll just hit on a few of the highlights from the last year. Some examples of the collaboration is our participation with the Network for Homeless Solutions and participation in those monthly meetings to enhance service delivery and coordination of benefits with the vulnerable populations in the community. As you can see by the images in the slides, we partnered with the Public Works Department on implementation of speed humps and traffic calming installations, as well as the protected bike lanes, while limiting impacts on our emergency response travel times. So we definitely appreciate the projects that they're working on. We are collaborative partners, and our sensitivity to these installations is that we obviously don't want to delay emergency response. As Captain Horner noted, it's extremely important that we get to these emergency response calls as quickly as possible. So we look for ways to mitigate the traffic hazards while also permitting our response times. We also partnered with the Information Technology Department and the merging of multiple databases that we use currently for our company inspection and operational permit programs. As we transition to TESA for the citywide construction permit program, we are also transitioning to a Tyler fire inspection program next year to do all of our company inspection programs utilizing tablets to further emphasize our progression in information technology. Community risk reduction is an all-hazard approach that involves recurring inspections at existing occupancies based on the level of hazard. We inspect the highest hazard occupancies each year and the lower risk occupancies once every 3 years. We utilize the code adoption process that we went through last year to enforce building construction permits and ensure that new buildings and changes of occupancy comply with the California Fire Code requirements based on the use of the building or property. Additionally, we conduct proactive outreach and education campaigns to address and mitigate risks based on trends in response calls or specific community concerns. An example of that would be, we actually last year, the Orange County Fire Chiefs Association had a countywide partnership to promote the Learn the ABCs of Pool Safety, and Costa Mesa Fire and Rescue conducted 441 hands-only CPR classes, as drowning was the leading cause of injury and death in younger children, in of injury death of young children younger than 5 years of age in Orange County. So that piggybacks on what Captain Horner said there about cardiac arrest. And if you observe cardiac arrest and having that hands-only CPR training, we really emphasized that last year as one of our community outreach programs. Moving on, the annual fire crews and CRR inspectors completed 2,296 mandated inspections last year. The California Health and Safety Code requires that we inspect these high hazard occupancies once per year and report compliance to the City Council in our SB 1205 report that we do each year. Those are apartments, hotels, motels, schools, and high-rise inspections. We also issue annual operation permits from my CRR staff at higher risk occupancies to ensure that they are following their code compliant requirements. CRR inspectors issued 614 operational permits last year. And then as noted in the previous slide, we initiated the transition from our fire RMS occupancy inspection software and the old school way of using a 3-part inspection form, handing that form to the business owner, coming back, entering those in, routing those to finance for invoicing, and then having to process that. So as we move into this new wireless tablet-based system, we'll be able to expedite that and also record on the fly using those tablets that the crews already have. You can see here, we also participate in the development review and entitlement process. What you can see on the slides here is something that we worked through with the Canvas project off Bristol. So they were working on existing upgrades to their site, not only to their main drive aisle, but also to some of the fire lanes that run through the center of the property. And we worked with them to identify ways that we could have fire lanes run through the property without having to have them be just standard asphalt laid or concrete laid paths that would limit the use of the property. So this is a template that we've used that uses synthetic turf rather than turf block. So it's a long-term sustainable product, but also allows the enjoyment of the property outside of just, a concrete path. So it's things we're looking at for those future developments that are infill, that have a fire lane that's required, that maybe will maximize the use of the space outside of emergency response. As I noted before, we issue fire construction permits for construction inspections. The first step of that process is plan reviews. So we completed 825 plan reviews. And this is a point that we're succession planning. So over the last 5 years, we had many retirements in our community risk reduction division, including our fire protection analysts that completed all the plan reviews. During that process, we transitioned to primarily outside plan check services. So we've been working to succession plan with our current staff and have recently promoted an assistant fire marshal that we're working on training to bring in some of those plan reviews in-house as we conduct that training process for these construction permits. You can see here, as those permits are issued, we conduct acceptance tests and inspections on sprinklers, alarms, hoods, undergrounds. You can see here there's many different types of systems. Each one of these systems has its own installation standard, which requires a level of expertise to understand not only in the plan check, but the inspection process. The final step is code enforcement. So we use code enforcement just like the other divisions. However, we focused on fire code violations and follow up to those 2,000 inspections we referenced earlier. The common code enforcement violations are spray booths. We helped with the illegal dispensary enforcement and other fire and life safety related complaints. We see this position as an excellent starting point in the fire service for our civilian department members. And it was actually my point that I entered into the department 8 years ago when I transitioned from the city manager's office. But this position exposes new staff to all aspects of the city, the regulations, and fire code enforcement. And each one of our current fire protection specialists have worked through this position. So from here, I'll pass it over to our recently retired fire protection specialist, Brenda Emmerich, who's serving as our current acting emergency services manager.
Thank you very much. I've had the coolest job in the fire department. All this cool stuff is really amazing, but I have to say that in community outreach and education, I've had the most fun, just saying. So let me tell you a little bit about our community education and outreach department. I want to bring your eyes to that participant in volunteer hours. The volunteer hours that are around 6,000 hours. The volunteer hour through the independent sector in the state of California is worth $37.32. That's your community volunteers, people who have been helping through the fire department, through the fire corps, presenting and providing information to our community, including a lot of those hands-on CPR trainings. I want to cover a couple of other additional details as we move into that next slide. Some programming. You'll see all of the different things that we've been working on and as part of our succession planning, really expanding our capabilities. So you're finding these activities connected to opportunities for people of all ages. So whether you're youth, you are recently retired, you're a mom, dad with children, there's an opportunity to get involved in some way in the city of Costa Mesa through the fire department. So I'm going to highlight just a couple of programs, specifically on the CERT program. CERT in Costa Mesa has been around since 1998, a few years before I came along. And you're one of the third largest programs in the county based on our participation levels. But CERT started a really unique I'll just say domino effect in the last couple of years. The CERT course is a 20-hour course, and that course turned into an opportunity for us to bring campus programs and teen programs to both of our colleges, universities here in Costa Mesa, as well as our 2 high schools. But from that, we created a Business Preparedness Academy, and that created a School Preparedness Academy for our Newport Mesa Unified School District, and that created an opportunity for us to pilot a church preparedness program. So no matter where you're at in the community, there's a way for us to connect with you and a way for you to become better prepared. Right now, we have about 75 active CERT members. We, too, were impacted by COVID. We went from about 151 in the last couple of years down to that 75. We have around 35 that I could call at this moment, and they would be anywhere in the city. So 35. And so our goal as we succession plan and build out is to improve that. We have the greatest opportunity to expand through our program with different ways to deliver. We've had in-person trainings, and we are highlighting a second opportunity to introduce hybrid CERT, which is part online and part in person, to support people in our community who are interested in both English and in Spanish. In addition to that, we've been working with the state of California and Cal OES in delivering the Listos program, the READY program. The beauty of Listos is not only is it in English and Spanish and Vietnamese, there are 8 other languages that we can connect people to in order to become better prepared. But through our programs and through our volunteers, we've seen activations. We've had the ability to bring people to the table when we needed them during COVID, when we opened up cooling centers, because they had that training as part of volunteerism. They've improved their skills in psychological first aid, in radio communications. Many of our CERT volunteers became Meals on Wheels volunteers in addition to their support to the community. And this year, we have hosted CERT meetings at least, once a month all the way through the October, and we'll have our annual refresher in November. We are the first city in Orange County of 28 CERT programs that has a task book, a FEMA resource-typed volunteer, and we were the first to kick that off. And so that's another exciting opportunity. Our training cadre has been increasing over the years. We have brought in some additional staff. Our fire protection specialist, Ben Castillo, and I both attended a Train the Trainer in Spanish and in English in the goal to bring more education and more information. All of our materials on our city's website are both in English and Spanish and in Vietnamese in some of our areas, specifically when it comes to our preparedness efforts. In 2021, Costa Mesa received $27,000 because of the work of our volunteers in equipment and resources to extend our capability to deliver training throughout the next 10 years. In the future, our community outreach includes opportunities. We were just invited to attend the Hispanic Heritage Festival. Ben and I had the best time really handling questions and information regarding smoke alarms and emergency preparedness planning for communities. We are just finishing up National Preparedness Month. Our goal for our CERT members in September was to knock on some doors and to connect people to resources that they could find in the city and to ask questions. We have participated in West Side Night invitations. We participate with the Spark of Love toy drive, and we're able to deliver thousands of toys, not just to individuals, but to our community programs, through our LEAPS program, through the Shalimar Community Center, through even with our bridge shelter. So our opportunities are there. As we continue to plan, we are building our staff's capabilities to deliver presentations. The community only needs to ask of us, and we will support the needs. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Brenda. And this is iron sharpening iron right up here. I'm feeling all the energy. It's been great tonight, and we're going to move right on. I appreciate everyone's attention. I did want to pull your attention to the flyer and the bilingual efforts that we're trying to make in our outreach. I'm going to quickly go through the closing summary for us, goals and objectives. I want to just point out we are fully in alignment with the council's priorities, which is an important piece for us, and we covered all of those tonight. The accomplishments, we highlighted a number of different accomplishments. These are just a few that we touched on tonight. I most importantly just want to reflect on those that impact our people and the great work that's being done. In terms of the challenges, indicated and discussed that in terms of how we've had challenges with previous planning for funding, and that is something that's been worked on, particularly over the course of the past few years, and I acknowledge that. We all do, and we're excited about what's coming forward because of that moving forward. And then in terms of opportunities are unlimited, and that's how we live, thrive, and survive. And we are excited about the future. It's an exciting future for us, but there are abounding opportunities as we continue to move forward based on the support that we continue to have and based on the men and women professionals of the Costa Mesa Fire and Rescue. And with that, that concludes our presentation. I want to thank you so much, and we will now open it up for discussion as we yield the floor.
Council, do you have questions? Any questions?
I have one question. First of all, thank you for the good presentation. It's always good to get a full overview of the department, and I know people in the audience will appreciate how much you guys put effort into this presentation. One of the things I want to focus on a little bit is one of the opportunities or challenges we have. You know, you mentioned in one of the last slides that you're pretty in line with our, council's goals, and then one category has no boxes, which is the housing commitments. However, one of your challenges was having homes for your firefighters to live near the city. Have you guys found it difficult to recruit due to the housing costs of Costa Mesa, or how does that affect your recruitment for you guys?
Thank you, Councilmember Chavez. Not necessarily with the recruitment. What we found are existing individuals that we have, and as they start from being early into their careers and then wanting to start a family and move on. So it's those individuals. The individuals that have been on the job up 5, 6, 7 years, those are the ones that we are seeing in particular that now are moving far out into other areas to start their families. And so the commute and the time away, so those are the pockets that we're seeing. And so any of those opportunities that we have, and I know that the city is addressing affordable housing, looking for different avenues, as are we. It's a statewide issue. We've brought this issue up with the state to see what's available, and we talked about some of the challenges. Some of those challenges are the arena lineouts, the expectations that are being put forth, increasing densities in the area, and obviously the increased costs involved. But no, for the most part, what we see day in, day out, it's the newer firefighters that are now progressing in their professional lives. And we do talk about it. When I go to the fire stations, I sit down with the young men and women. This is one of those topics that I frequently hear. I didn't hear it 10 years ago. I've heard it the past 5 years, and fire's not immune. I mean, I'm sure it's public safety. I think it's all of the different fields. So I appreciate that acknowledgement. But we're open, and we obviously want to partner anywhere we can.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. And again, I'll just briefly say for the public, like this demonstrates why housing is so important. Because not only is it important for our current residents, but it could have an impact for us down the line with some of these great hires we have, these great recruits that, are going to our program, getting well trained. I fear for the day where we might lose them because there's a housing bill for them nearby. So thank you for raising that awareness and that issue, Chief.
Yes, no, thank you. And I will acknowledge that I've heard in neighboring departments as well, individuals retiring early, moving out of state or moving out of the area entirely. And this isn't just hearing, these are friends and colleagues that are a few years out from retirement. So that's the other thing that we're seeing a lot of people leaving. So thank you for that.
Councilmember Harper?
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. You guys are always impressive and articulate. It's a beautiful deck you put together. What I'm going to say is about every department in the city, and it comes from my business background. There's metrics you have in here, which are great, but I love the metrics compared to the prior 2 years, 3 years. And I would love the standardization of metrics, because I've seen different ones maybe through the years I've been here, and they change. And what I'd love to see you establish, and again, I'm not picking on you, I pick on every department in the city like this, so forgive me. And you can ignore me, and you probably will. That's okay. But if you have those standard metrics for a new council person coming in, they have something relative to look at and understand. And while you guys may do a wonderful job, excuse me, not you guys is in the, sorry about that. Do you understand what I'm saying? Guys include, okay, probably politically incorrect. But when you all change and the numbers, and it's a new group of people sitting here, they say, well, we're doing great. Here's why. And you sound great. If the numbers indicate otherwise, we have something to hold you all accountable. And we also, Council Member Chavez brought up, housing and trends. Maybe we can see trends and we can support you. And, we every month I see a KPI that's years of service for my staff. Every month I see turnover. I see reasons for turnover. I see all those things, and you've got a lot of data in here that's great. I know, I'm not going to make you go to the page. It's page 20, page 22, page 37. The outreach training you do and the outreach connections. I'd love to see that 3 years rolling or something comparable. To say to people, this is why they're doing great. And they're doing year over year better than they did last year. And I know that makes you accountable, and I don't blame you for not wanting to put it up. But, if I asked you the question, are you the best fire department in Orange County? I want you to say yes, but I don't know how I could measure that against anything. So that's my comment. I hope you can appreciate that and understand that.
Yeah, Councilmember Harper, absolutely. And part of what we do is we always, after an incident, we hot wash, we come back, lessons learned, we want to get better, we want to address our gaps. I think we tried to tonight do an efficient presentation in time and everything else, but we do put out an annual report, and it's very important that we do have those trends.
I've seen the annual report,
yeah.
And then we have accidents in my business. We have over 100 trucks. We do 5,000 deliveries a night at night, 24/7. I get what you're dealing with, and we measure everything. And so we have accidents. I have a list of accidents I can look at any time. I know the reason. I know our result. I know our follow-up training. All those things. I know you have some of that. I'm trying to encourage you. I don't have any influence over you guys, but I'm trying to encourage you to standardize some metrics so we can paint a picture that you're doing a great job, and I think you are. And it's for future council members, and it's for future people that sit in your seats. So I hope you appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Other than that, great, and thank you very much for big, important service you guys do. It's a cornerstone of what our city is and makes it safe, and I appreciate it. So
Thank you for your comments.
That's all, Mayor.
Anybody else? Councilmember Marr, then Councilmember Reynolds.
Oh, you can go first.
Whoever wants to go, doesn't matter. You can go. You're lit up.
Yeah. I wrote them down this time. Thanks everyone for the presentation. I had a couple of follow-ups. Chief Coast, you mentioned mental health and suicide prevention. I know that was something that I talked a lot about when I was first even running for office, when I was first meeting with firefighters. So are there other resources or the other things that cities are doing that are outside of the box? I'm thinking about bringing in third parties, sort of having a EAP equivalent? Like, do we know of anything else? And the peer support is wonderful, but it seems like an area that we might consider investing in more.
Yeah, good question. Thank you, Councilmember Mar. What we're doing is we also have a contract with Counseling Team International. And so within the peer support program, that's the initial touch that our peer support team has.
Okay.
And if they find a member that needs additional counseling or needs a clinician, then they will refer that member out. And these clinicians, the description actually escapes me right now, but the clinicians are actually trained in our industry. So it's not a clinician that is a marriage and family clinician, right? It's somebody that's trained in our specific profession that we send our members to. So it's in addition to the peer support team. So we do have that in place now.
Do you think that the peer support removes confidentiality in a way that might affect people accessing that benefit?
That has been brought up as a concern about the confidentiality. I can assure you, as the chief officer that oversees the peer support group, they take that seriously. They take the confidentiality piece of that very seriously. We do not know names. We do not know issues. They are bound by the confidentiality, and they sign the statement when they go to training. And so if we as a command staff recognize that the confidentiality piece is not protected, then we will pivot and handle that accordingly. But the confidentiality, we've had to handle that question quite often, and we've assured them that it is 100% confidential.
And Councilmember Mara, also, and you're absolutely right, we don't have all the answers. So the reach out and the network we have, and the beauty for us is when we come back after a very bad call or something that impacts us, we go back to the fire station, and like we're all up here tonight as a team, and we have that ability to talk with one another. And it's different for different professions, obviously. But that was the old days. You just stuffed it. And so we've brought it up. So not only do we have the peer, but we're looking for the multi-prong approach. And that's how we integrated a chaplain program. One of the programs, and the peer support team's doing a great job. And there are people that have no problem sharing, but there are folks that, hey, I don't want this person to know that information. So to close those gaps, and then looking for other things, one of the areas that we are now in the process of initiating is a care dog. We used to in the day have Dalmatians at the firehouses, and then went away from them for liability reasons.
Please tell me it's all golden doodles now.
Yeah. So, but we've found in some of the traumas that we've been through with our own personnel, that dog connection canine connection has just been invaluable. So we're in the process and doing it right though, because you don't rush into that process. So Chief Coates is working with Captain Mike Rule and some others, but that's one of those things that you spoke about. Yeah, we're trying to look outside the box of what we can do, work with our partners in the police side, and work with our partners in the city, because there are crossover areas, but we are absolutely looking, and we don't have all the answers, but we are certainly pushing for that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I married into a family of mental health therapists, so that is often on my mind. And the job that you do, I think that's the biggest thing that gives me heartache, right? Is seeing some of the things that we have to see. Okay, switching gears. I think there was a very brief mention about wait times. I know there was legislation proposed for minimizing wall time, AB 40, SB 40. Does anyone know where that ended up? Is that something the city could and should support? And to what extent is, ambulance wait time, hospital wait time impacting our department?
You're correct on AB 40. And AB 40. And my understanding is it's waiting on a signature, but it would standardize an offload time around 30 minutes as the standard throughout the state. So it impacts us seasonally sometimes, not as much as some of our inland agencies, but recently we had 50% of our ambulances stuck on a wall for over an hour, which hampers our ability. So it's on the radar of issues. Hogue, which is our major receiving center, they're currently expanding fast track beds to help mitigate. So they're an active participant in trying to minimize that. They don't want to deal with that.
Right.
But with wall time, there's only so much leverage Orange County EMS, who's the medical authority, has over them. And one of the one of the fixes is shutting them down, which doesn't help the system either. So they are trying to leverage that standard throughout the state and look at the causes and some strategies for that. So.
Okay.
And I'll just add on, that was Assemblyman Freddie Rodriguez out of Ontario, and having relationships with our elected officials, particularly the legislature, is helpful. So he's out of Ontario, and we've had a good relationship, and he's involved. That one doesn't have the bite necessarily that we want, like some legislation, but it's going to get us closer. But we have a great relationship now with EMSA, the state EMSA director, and that office, which we haven't had for 3 decades. And so that relationship is going to help move the needle as well. So we're trying to hit from all different angles. And as Captain Horner said, we're fortunate here in Orange County, specifically coastal Orange County and Hoag Hospital, comparative to what you see in the Inland Empire and LA County, but it is a future issue for us here.
Yeah, I think to Councilmember Harper's point, I mean, it would be interesting to see some of the data tracking that legislation just very tangentially. It seemed like there was a lot of anecdotes about, how long somebody had to wait with an ambulance at a hospital that came up over and over again that everyone seemed to have a story on. But I have no idea if we have that data or if that's something that we can trend over time to see how much worse it's getting, or if we're putting fixes into effect, it would be nice to see that we're fixing something. So I don't know. Is that data that we have?
Yeah, we do have different types of data based on what you're asking. Absolutely, because it's being so closely monitored. So there's a lot of different pieces to that, but absolutely. So we can. Okay.
So we could see in a year if well times have decreased.
Oh, absolutely, and the impacts on the different hospitals. For example, I can tell you the one hospital here in town does a pretty good job, and there's a neighboring hospital that is not one necessarily you'd want to go to. So we have very specific information.
Got it.
Yeah.
So sorry, more data questions. You mentioned call time, I think call volume, I think 3 different times. 11% over last year, or was it 11% pre-COVID? I think I missed that stat.
Without getting deep into the data for you. COVID is a positive.
You could if you wanted to.
I would be happy to, but I think you don't want to be with me for the next 2 hours. So purposely stated, but also recognition that COVID was a pause in a moment. And so I could tell you the exact percentage or numbers, but to just go from what COVID was till today would be a disingenuous number because of the slowdown. So I purposely pushed it back to a 5-year aggregate average of having a 11% increase in calls from the last 5 years. The actual number that you're looking for, to be specific, is from 2018 to 2020, we dropped by 11% during COVID because of the slowdown. From COVID till now is an increase of 24%.
Got it. Okay.
So, Pyle, one real quick. What did you say? COVID was a what kind of moment?
A pause in our call volume. A pause in our call volume.
I thought you said positive, and I thought I didn't want you to be misquoted.
No, not positive. A pause in the call volume as far as a society slowed down.
Yeah.
But really, for us, once everything turned back on, the call volume continues to trend upward, just as it was prior to COVID.
Thanks.
So we have authorized PD for more positions than they can fill. They are trying their best to recruit more. What I have heard often is that it is much easier to recruit and hire firefighters. At what point does the increase in call volume lead us to look at having a larger department and increasing the number of people we need on the floor? Where's our threshold? Chief jumped in real quick.
I'll jump into that one. Yeah, no, it's something that's important, and quite honestly, we were at a point in time where we almost shut a fire station down.
Right.
Positions were pulled, and so we were filling with overtime. And there was a point in time that, hey, this is an opportunity, hire double the amount, and we didn't. And I specifically wanted to make sure we were thoughtful for the council, for the city, that we did it mindfully and thoughtfully. And so we've done it in a very step-by-step process. So what we did is we initiated as standards of coverage, third party to come in and take a look at our operations, start to finish. What are the areas that we're doing it right? Where could we refine it? And we just happened to start it right before COVID.
Right.
So we're now coming back into that process to reinitiate it because we want it to be based on data and we want it to be based on, yes, the numbers have increased. There's been other things that have happened. We have new technologies that are involved. So we want to make sure that we have all the information. So that standards of cover is coming back into play. And the hope is when the hope is that by next year, the end of this fiscal year, that we have it completed.
So June 2024?
June 2024 is the game plan. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think we've been talking about that thing since I was elected. So I would definitely
and quite honestly, and there was an attachment to it as well with some of the developments in the north end when some of those things stopped. And
well, that was gonna be my follow-on question, right? Is like we're never going to be able to pin it down because now we've got Fairview Developmental Center that's going to be built and all the development happening north of the 405. So like at some point we recognize it's not going to reflect the future. We're going to have to continue updating it, but to at least to have a snapshot in time right now, I'm very curious to understand about where our staffing levels are relative to both the size of the city that we have and also the calls for service that we have and the types of calls for service we have. I think you did a good job of kind of pointing out the variety that we're not, we're probably responding to a different type of call volume certainly than, what's the name of the retirement community in South County? Leisure World. So, right. I mean, so I think it would be, the sooner we have that data, I think the better we can make decisions that are generally going to be favorable to the department and supportive. But I don't know, as much as I would want to give you the resources to do everything you can, I just don't know what to base that information on quite yet.
no, absolutely. And I can assure you right now, with our staffing and the calls that we're running and the services we're providing, we don't have any issues in terms of gaps. We know that we're going to have some gaps in the future in terms of if we don't create some space for putting the proper resources in the proper locations.
Yep.
So, but that is my commitment. I've spoken with the city manager that we will have something by next year definitive in terms of standards of cover.
Can I insert one thing while you're on the topic?
Yeah, sure, go for it.
I really
I was about to pivot real hard, so go ahead.
Really appreciate you bringing it up because I think she's spot on what she's talking about. It's data that we need, we can support you with. And sometimes there's a numerator and there's a denominator. I mean, there's number of houses, there's number of apartments. You start breaking that data down, it becomes real obvious for us to say, yeah, we support you with more staffing, instead of you just coming and saying, we need more staffing. And maybe you don't have the systems, but I think you've got the data. You just said you make them mindfully and thoughtfully. You know, you're looking at data. I know you are. I know you're a smart group of guys or people. I'm in so much trouble. I apologize, officially apologize. But I know you are. We'd love to see it. We'd love to see it standardized. We'd love to see it every year or every 6 months. And we can either criticize you or support you, call you the best or call you the worst. And just love that. Thanks for letting me interrupt.
No, and 100%, you'll never see us coming up here asking for something if we don't have data and information to back it up. I can tell you right now, the hiring of the position for Captain Justin Horner's position, EMS, when we came and we asked, it was something that likely should have been done before. The funds weren't there. We couldn't do it. We did it. And probably one of the best things that has happened to our EMS program is having him in that spot, his passion, his engagement. But that was specifically an ask that we used our call increase and our coverage,
Chief,
and it's paid off.
I believe you, but the next chief I might not believe. The next chief, I want to see the data. I can appreciate that.
100%.
That's all I'm after. Thanks.
All right, you're not going to like me for this next one. Actually, Councilmember Harper's saying guys several times sort of triggered this for me. This is not very demographically representative of the population in a couple of different ways, one more than others. What are we doing to recruit women into the department? I mean, it's 2023, like it's time. What do we need to do?
I think it's what we do here as a city. I think it's what we do regionally, and we've attached ourselves with the region. The Santa Ana College Fire Academy is working at it. I have spoken with actually the president of Santa Ana College because she's very passionate about that, Dr. Neary. So we are looking for different avenues for that. The last class of individuals that we hired as firefighters, 2 of the original 8 were females. One unfortunately didn't make it, so we are actively making efforts towards it. You don't change it overnight, but this is, I don't disagree. Our goal is, and you see in the goals that we have, to outreach to the schools and the communities here in Costa Mesa. That's what it really should be, is the face of the community and by all walks, all stretches. So we take it seriously. I know the city manager absolutely is in full support of that. So we're doing what we can. Doesn't mean we can't do more, and we're going to continue to do more.
Yeah. I'm thinking about the STEM event that Councilmember Reynolds and I hosted, where we had several hundred women from our high schools come out. I mean, I'll dress up and running down some stairs. We're happy to contribute to breaking some barriers. I think, you've got some representation on this council that's pretty much willing to do anything. So think outside the box, tell us what we need to do. I'd definitely make sure that our next class better represents the population. Thank you.
Thank you.
Real quick, I want to follow up on that questioning. I know we've been promoting the cadet program, and I know I've had members of the fire department come to West Side communities, namely Save Our Youth. Have we found a lot of success from promoting the cadet program within our own high schools?
Councilmember Chavez, I'd say not the success that we would want at this point, but we're going to continue to push. Captain Elazar Maldonado, a local grown and bred with Councilmember Reynolds, he leads our cadet program, and we've had those discussions about how important that is. And so we are pushing that. We are really trying to push that needle. So I think again, there's no excuses. There was a pause with COVID, with everything, but the program went on stop because we couldn't have individuals on the station. We just started back up 2 weeks ago with the folks that came in. I was hoping we were going to see numbers from the Shalimar and the West Side and the Soy. We saw a little bit of engagement, but all that says is we need to keep going and finding other ways. And again, we don't have it all. We don't know it all. We want to tap in, obviously, to anything you or anyone in the community can help us with as far as that goes. But we're mission focused on that.
Yeah, and I'll say I appreciate the focus. And I was very pleased when Captain Maldonado reached out to me to come visit Soy and talk to the students. I think the more effort we do and more intentional we are on this, I think the more results will come in. Obviously, it's an area to improve, and that's always positive, but I do want to say I commend you guys for focusing on that, and I do love that we're focusing on our own city as well for the cadet program, so thank you guys.
Yeah, and I just want to reiterate, Councilmember Marr, I've got 3 daughters, so I'm probably even heightened with the focus on that, so I hear that loud and clear.
Gotcha. Okay, so Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate Councilmember Meyer bringing that up, and Councilmember Chavez seconding the opinion. I had it on my list as well. First, I do really appreciate the passion with which you all shared your presentations. It I think definitely adds a lot of comfort to us up here in our community to know how dedicated you are to the mission you have in this department. I've also been staring at this picture, and while I feel so much pride in it, and I see people who have responded to a call my mother made. In this photo, I see people who are willing to, put their life at risk for our community members. I also can't help but think of the kindergartner who's thinking of what they want to be and looking for someone who looks like them in this photo. And so I just want to add my desire for us to really invest in the expanding who's thinking about fire as a career. I think it's a great opportunity. I think you guys all love your work. There's extremely challenging, but also just so rewarding in the work you do. So expanding that opportunity, being really thoughtful about how we broaden the horizons for many in our community who have not seen that as a path. I'd like to see that. Maybe we set a goal around that, not just events, but outcomes. And I appreciate that it's sort of a generational thing. It's going to be, you can't just add people. There's a lot of work that goes into it, but maybe setting some specific goals around that mission would be fantastic. I'll stay on the sort of outreach and community engagement subject. I was interested, and I shared some thoughts ahead of this call about the CERT program. Brenda, thank you for sharing the numbers on that. What I'm curious is I think more and more, I don't know if this is age or just sort of awareness of hazards, I don't know, more and more I'm thinking of like doomsday, right? And are we prepared? And I think we got maybe a hint of doomsday for the hurricane that never really appeared, right? And it was kind of chaos for a lot of people. And I don't, like, is 75 CERT volunteers enough? I think the answer is no, but I'm curious, like, what should be our target for, real active CERT members in our community as like a whole number? And then also, how are we doing in terms of coverage, right? I imagine there's probably some communities or neighborhoods that are maybe more active than others.
We've split the city into 3 areas. So our areas that are, the west of Harbor, east of Harbor, and then the lower portions. And so we have CERT leadership in each of those areas. So on the west side, I'll just say it's Greenleaf Mobile Community. That's our leaders on that side of town. We do a lot of training at our mobile home parks. They have great community rooms, and so that involvement is the community members are going into their communities, and then they are participating as part of our final exercise on Sunday afternoon when we do the weekend format. 75 is low. I mean, we really lost a lot of people to health. The program's been around since 1998, and we still have about 5 people who started the program long before I got here. There's a before Brenda, and then there's an after Brenda.
The BB members.
Yes. And so the goal was really to kind of push towards finding more of our youth components and then broadening our capability. CERT is a 20-hour program. It is a disaster service worker program. Not everyone has 20 hours. And so that transition to LISTOS, or the readiness program, we called it Preparedness in the Park, in incorporating the messages and doing neighborhood type events. We did 2 events last year at 2 different neighborhoods, College Park and then up in the north end at the apartment complexes, where we actually activated CERT and the community members in those 2 locations to show up and participate in an activity. Again, the capability to deliver on that is fantastic. Volunteers will come no matter what. And during the hurricane, or tropical cyclone, as we need to call it in emergency management, and numerous people reach out and say, I haven't taken that CERT class, but what can I do? And our messaging back to them was, go knock on a door, go check on a neighbor. If you don't know what to do, here's some information on where you can find that. So CERT isn't the only answer. It's one component. And between our capabilities of expanding that or broadening our horizons through the LISTOS program, or Preparedness in the Park, our youth programming, doing something with SOY, doing something with our high schools, we're transitioning. One of our fire captains started with us as a Team CERT member, went into Fire Explorer Cadet Program, and then became a firefighter. So we have some success stories, and that's Captain Aaron Davis. That's a polish for that. So I don't think that CERT is the only answer. It's just one component. It's one way to share the preparedness messaging, and producing and really reaching out to people to seek information. As we did during the Heritage Festival, people did not leave our table without a bag full of information. They didn't win a toy, they didn't win a prize, they didn't get any food, they didn't get any candy. What they got was, oh, by the way, we're having an open house, check here, and here's some information specifically in your language, whether it be English or Spanish. And we even had a few folks from Korea look for information, so we were able to get them to the website. But to actually leave with something that says, I need to check my smoke alarm, I need to have a plan, this is how my community can communicate. So it's finding those capabilities and those opportunities to share a message. West Side Nights was just another great opportunity for
Let me,
us.
Brenda, I want to.
Sorry.
I
Sorry.
appreciate
Keep
all
going.
of the examples. Yeah. So CERT is a more intensive training, as I understand. There's a lot of. I think we wish that. Obviously, every resident in Costa Mesa is not going to be CERT certified. Ideally, every resident is prepared for the earthquake, right? So there's a whole range of different ways to be prepared. I think it was in Captain Horner's presentation talking about the importance of residents knowing CPR. I don't know if we have any indicators of like what percentage of our population understands CPR, if we're sort of meeting goals there, if that should be something that we should really expand. What kind of going back to the maybe the theme up here is like, what are those metrics we can be tracking to really, not really, but to be positioning ourselves well as a community to scale a response? Because certainly on like the major disaster days, your team can't be everywhere, right? We're going to need residents to be able to step up and minimize needs because we're better prepared. So I'd be curious, Brenda, if we have, and maybe this is a follow-up, do we have specific goals for growth in active CERT participation? Are there any metrics in like CPR training in our population, right? How can we increase that if we think we're falling short? You mentioned the Listos program. I learned about that recently. Have we done that yet, or is that something that we're bringing?
We piloted the program at Victoria School.
Okay, great.
And so that was something that we started pre-COVID. So an opportunity again to reach out. Listos is an 8-hour program.
Yeah.
So again, the delivery of that is important.
Yeah.
So that Business Preparedness Academy, the Church Preparedness Academy, the School Preparedness Academy was all intended to connect the dots. Those are all smaller deliveries. Part of Listos is hands-only CPR, and that was one of the things that we were able to bring to the program through the West Side Nights activities and through the Victoria program. All of the concerts in the park, we host that. We'll be hosting hands-only CPR at our open house. So just at every opportunity that we can. June is CPR month, and so that promotion, city employees all attended a hands-only CPR training. So we're trying to tap as many as we can, and if you tell a friend, it's not hard to do, and someone else can learn that skill. So we give out a little postcard that sends you to a website, and you can watch it with your family and learn that skill set in both English and Spanish.
Is there any measure of like CPR awareness or acumen for a community? I don't know. I just assume that fewer and fewer people are taking that, but I don't know.
You know, CPR has become. Sorry, Chief, I'm going to throw this in here.
Yeah,
CPR has become very commercialed, and so there are numerous companies that are doing that. To take a class with the American Red Cross is $90. That's not doable. That's for most people.
I was in a meeting last week with about 50 people, and we go through a kind of a regular safety check and it was like, who knows CPR? And not one person out of 50 knew, and it was like, oh, that's
and so
alarming.
Hands only is really the option that we have, and that's a 20-minute training. That's an opportunity to teach people simple skill sets. But I know it's something that we are working on with our staffing to be able to provide some of those resources out there, as well as our volunteers.
And I'd say the other thing is integrating that into the schools. We have the teen CERT, but we also have hit the schools with the hands-only CPR and CPR. And so I think that's at least one area that we've tried to go after. So you spread it. The sphere of influence becomes greater and greater.
Yeah, I appreciate the sort of a array of ways that we're reaching out. I'm really interested if again, there's sort of a way to measure, is that work amounting to sort of increased readiness across our community and, really across our community. So we're reaching into every neighborhood, and there aren't neighborhoods sort of left behind. So I'm really happy to see that we're engaging with the Listos program, because last I checked, I hadn't heard that. Just a quick note, I nothing to add here really, but I appreciated the presentation on the mental health and well-being, that focus. I think, thank you for raising that issue. I think we all take that very seriously, and anything you need. I love the puppy idea, but anything you guys need to really focus on that, I think that's important. I'm glad we're doing it. An operational question, and this has come up related to wildfire work on some of our sensitive habitat areas. I think it came up a few years ago when we had a OCFA member on our Fairview Park Steering Committee that there's specific techniques. I think it was specific like retardants to be using in sensitive habitat areas. Have we updated, or are we up to date on that?
Councilmember Rose, I'm not certain on the techniques, but generally with vegetation
materials,
with vegetation management is probably the first and foremost piece of identifying the high value habitat and how we go about it. And I heard presentation tonight talking about pulling out the invasives. So the pre-prepping is one way. The other piece is the biodegradable foams that we use in our firefighting, and that is something that we've embraced. But outside of that, and I can't speak to what else had come up, those are the only ways. But when we have an incident in anywhere, whether it's Fairview Park or in Laguna Beach or out in the fires, the primary focus is obviously life, and keeping in mind all the other things that come into that, which environment is one of those. Yep. But in terms of anything beyond that, I'm not aware of any other techniques.
Okay, I'll try to dig up or reach out, because I think there were some specific recommendations for changes. And again, this was someone at OCFA who works in some of these protected habitat areas. And it comes to mind, of course, because of Fairview Park, but then with the 400 acres of Banning Ranch going to be open soon. I suspect that will be one of the primary calls if there's issues there, and that's even more sensitive habitats there. So I want to make sure that we're prepared for that and responding the right way. Okay, and then the last question, I had some questions about the sort of trends behind the increases in call volume. So I had heard I think you said call volume has doubled in 15 years. Is that right? You talked a little bit about why. There's some data I'd like to see. The slides that you showed us didn't exactly match the slides in the presentation, so I think it was slide 15 in the presentation where you broke down some of the reasons for calls. Vehicle collisions was lumped in with EMS responses, so I'm really interested in the collision data over time, and you won't have that now, so I'm not asking you to pull those numbers, but I'd like to see the collision data in particular. That seemed like, I think that was one of the biggest charts. But could you just talk to, we haven't doubled in population in 15 years. So what are maybe the key trends behind doubling of the call volume? And then what are things maybe beyond what we're doing now in terms of inspections? Are there any additional actions we can be doing to reduce demand? And I'll use kind of a simple example. I remember hearing that some of the calls are social calls, right? That I think this is a small percentage, but we have increasing loneliness. You call fire department, we always come. We're very nice, right? We'll sit down and take a lot of time with folks. There might be other ways to address that. For example, I'm using that as a very simple example. So if you could just touch on maybe key trends driving that doubling in call volume over time, and what are there other strategies we can look at to reduce demand altogether?
Sure, I'll turn it over to Chief Pyle here because he's getting pretty excited about jumping into the data. But I will say the one, when we talk about EMS calls, one area when you just blanket EMS calls, frequently there is another incident that's primary to that call. For example, our traffic collisions, vehicle collisions. So we're conducting a few different things. So just in terms of maybe making sure we package how we're identifying that metric, just because that's one as an example. But I'll turn over to Chief Pyle.
Good questions, and lots of data to look for, and I could sit down with you or Councilmember Harper on a lot of different data, but a couple key points to realize in some of these. There is the data collection that is broad categories. And so when we looked at it, we said EMS, rescue, vehicle accidents, over 10,000 calls. Anytime there's a person involved is automatically an EMS no matter what. So it's a broad category. Every category has subcategories in it too, but you can break it down to the point where we end up with 1,000 outliers, and that shows no data because all you have is outliers. You can go to a 5-digit code. We use 3-digit codes, but you can get so specialized that what you're looking for when you say vehicle accidents, we can burrow down into some more vehicle accidents. But the data that comes with it isn't always the best because they're broad categories. So absolutely, if you would like to see some more specific data, but it's a little bit of a GI Geo, garbage in, garbage out, being that a vehicle accident is a classification, and it can be a lot of stuff. We can then transcend that into on vehicle accidents with injuries, on vehicle accidents with injuries that are traumas. We can keep going down this until we have all sorts of data metrics, until I get to the point where I have 1,000 different data points that are all so unique that you got to ask, what are you looking for? So we can do these things, but to give you a picture tonight, that's why you see it in the categories you see.
Can I ask just a quick question? So this line, EMS rescue vehicle accidents, 10,746, is that all responses to some kind of incident in a vehicle?
No, that is the same category. Every vehicle accident that has a person in it is also an EMS call. It's one of the reasons why NFIRS, and that's our reporting database that we file for the state, these are their categories. So all of our RMS record keeping is based on a state recorded requirement, and they're what we call a 3-digit code. Again, I'll try to keep it short for you. But we can boil down into different areas, and then we can cross-correlate to things like, on that vehicle accident, how many of them were transported patients? How many of them transported in advanced life support? How many of them into certain aspects? It takes some boiling down, but like I said, we can boil it down to the point where it's 1,000 different calls, all being unique and specific, all looking like 1,000 different data points, if that's where you want to go. But they're all unique and specific. So,
can I interject one thing? And I think you're spot on. It's really a process of what's meaningful to you,
right?
What influences your activity, what can be meaningful to us. So I appreciate there's all these, but you will get down to something that's important, that means something. Sometimes it's one number, sometimes it's three numbers. It just, if you don't, excuse me for jumping in, but.
No, it's an outstanding point, Councilmember. So part of those is, it's infinite. And so if you're looking for something or want a specific item, we can find that. That is, we do have the metrics and the analytics to do that. I constantly look at the analytics. We look at the UHU. We look at the unit availability. We talked about staffing. You want to get into a lot of that. We start looking at not just the calls you run, but when you ask about staffing is, what is your availability for when a call comes in? It's a backwards-looking approach. It's not, are you too busy or do you have enough staff, but are you available when in need? Do you have concentric calls? Do you have overlapping areas of a mesh system of coverage? Where you want to go, I'm happy to drive.
Right, so it might be a ratio of availability to activity. It gets, like I said, you guys are smarter than anybody at this. We're looking for what means something to you.
And that's why when we say, as the chief said, we're in a good position, but we will see and do see gaps coming in the future of as you do more build out. But we're constantly looking at that data as to what is our unit availability, what is our unit hour utilization, or UHU. Standards of cover create a standard by which we want to make sure we're achieving, but it also is looked at from a 30,000 foot elevation of where are we going? Will we have the coverage? You may have one unit that's busy, but you have another unit that's slower, and the aggregate between the two of them is creating a perfect balance of coverage. We run a mesh system as far as our units are. No one district or area is a standalone, so it is supported circumferentially by the units around it. So if somebody is busy, where is our adjustments that are happening? And when that system becomes flexed where they're not available, now exactly what you're asking for, have we hit that point or that projection of a point where we need to put more rolling stock? Is that more rolling stock like 4th of July? Upstaffing to put more rolling pieces of equipment to handle the UHU so that availability is there within the system, so when the community calls, we can do it.
So
We're constantly looking at that.
Yeah, what I'm interested in, which you don't have the data now, I'm assuming, I wouldn't want to put council through that. I'm interested in the reasons for calls, right? What's creating demand for calls and trends over time. So I think we'll set up a separate meeting to dig into the data on that. If you could just share maybe kind of top couple of reasons call volume has doubled in the last 15 years, and what are the top sort of prevention strategies given those trends, or maybe given future trends like, a rapidly aging community?
Excuse me for a second. You will get an answer to that, but I want us all to be want to come in and talk about time. So we've been at this presentation for almost 2 hours. We still have the police, and we have to go, after our questions are done, we have to open it up to the public. And then we'll have to do that also with the police. So if you could answer that question briefly, and then we've got three other council members that want to speak. So
I will give you a brief answer, Mr. Mayor.
yeah.
Call volume is driven by your society. And basically, as social services throughout the community have been more publicized and lack of others, your police department and your fire department are your catch-all for all things needed by your community. Your community is no more aging than it used to be, but it is getting larger. Your arena numbers will dictate more people, you have higher density. It's a simple cause and effect. More people will create more calls. You do have unique things that have come into play, things like telemed. 8 years ago, there's no such thing as telemed. Now there is. If you get a lot of telemed calls and there's a problem, then we get called too. There's a lot of driving forces, but at the end, we serve the community when they call. We don't want to disparage or not have calls. That would be the worst thing we could do. We need to be able to respond efficiently and effectively to when those calls come. I can honestly tell you there is no one singular outlier that is causing more calls other than society's dependence and needs of what they need. We respond when called to the community at large.
Thanks. Okay. Now, well, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Harlan.
All right. I only have one question, but first I wanted to thank you for the very, very comprehensive presentation. I'll admit it felt a little bit like drinking from a fire hose. See, I knew it. It's always a successful night when Councilmember Marr groans. So, but I say that in jest, but I actually do think it's a testament to the quality and the breadth of the work that you all do. And it certainly gives me great confidence. It should give the community great confidence in knowing that when you're needed, you will be there and you'll be prepared. So my question, it just refers to on challenges at the end of the presentation. You cited changing generational ideologies. And I was curious if you could kind of provide a little insight into that. I suspect that you're all, seasoned and experienced professionals. You've seen the practice evolve over decades. So what does changing generational ideologies mean for our department?
Well, Mayor Pro Tem, it means a lot of things, but I'll say one thing that we're seeing is the same thing that's being observed in the workforce outside of public safety even, but just the work-life balance as an example. And it's not a bad thing, but the work-life balance has changed considerably. So someone coming into the job has expectations much differently than, say, 10 years ago. The expectations of working an additional day of overtime, where in the past, and there's still people that obviously enjoy working overtime, but would much prefer not to come in to work that overtime. Individuals for the job process itself, just to get hired. We have thousands that are interested in becoming firefighters. When you come in for the process, it's an extensive, for example, but through the testing process, now we'll have folks that don't show up to the oral panel, and not just all around the region. So I think it's just that's one particular area that we've seen that has changed considerably, is that work-life balance, and it's really gone the other way, and it's more a transactional approach, and I don't want to over-categorize it, but transactional attachment with the job as opposed to more transformational and more connected to the job at hand, if that makes sense. And I don't want to categorize because we've got a lot of great folks that are coming in that are young. And then I think the other piece is technology. There's some great resources and skill sets in the technology field, and we are tapping into those. And so that changing, and that hasn't happened in the past few years. That's been going on as opposed to having hands-on skill sets, more trade skill sets coming into the job. It's just not the same as it used to be. And we've seen that happening over time as well. Those are just a couple that we've observed. But as we have conversations both with my partners in law enforcement and even with the city manager, just about the generation of individuals coming through, just some different priorities and perspectives, and it doesn't make them wrong, but it does have impacts to the job at hand that we have.
Okay. I won't.
Thank you.
Further questions?
One question and a pun. Councilmember Gameros.
Yes, thank you. You guys are doing a really good job. That's all I got. Thanks.
You don't have a pun? You don't have a pun? Okay, I just have a couple real quick ones. On one of the slides, it's on my page 20, there's it talks about Narcan. I've got two questions about this. This is for, I think, Captain Horner. So in October of 2022, there was a big spike in Narcan administration. Is that just, that's just an anomaly, or was there some reason for it?
For me, it's an anomaly. I don't have a specific explanation for why.
Thanks. And then the other question I have is, with regard to Narcan, what, if anything, are we doing, and maybe this is for the community risk piece, the CRR, I think it's called, what are we doing to get Narcan out into the public, closer, like into people's homes, into the schools, into places where people can administer it, you know, and save somebody's lives before you guys could even get there?
I would say it is out there, and we're seeing it often given before we arrive, and it may be an indication of why we have fewer responses from a previous year, is that it is readily available statewide.
But are we doing anything to promote that? And, you know, the dangers, the risks, and the need to have Narcan? I mean, I'm not seeing that in any collateral or what do you call it, social media or anything coming out of the department.
I don't know that we have anything specific, but I can tell you in my years as a paramedic, all the pep talks I gave to somebody after I gave them Narcan and then see them the next day, it's not an easy task to convince somebody. But Narcan is out there. We frequently encounter those who have given it to their friends or just bystanders, so it is out there.
And I say, Mayor Stevens, I'll just quickly add, I think our engagement at the regional level, Orange County EMS, the team of professionals that we have are exceptional. And so bouncing and networking, sharing that information, which includes all of the area hospitals, that's where we're tied in. And so while you may not have seen anything directly that we're doing as a fire service, we are working with partners out there in terms of best practices. Sometimes what sounds good to take effect is not maybe the best practice for us.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. And maybe you guys are working with the people that are most at risk on the streets or whatever. I don't know, wherever they are. And maybe that's why I'm not seeing it, because I'm not likely to be administered Narcan. Could happen. Yeah, one pill kills. Let's see. So I think it kind of picks up on and I don't know if you have the data, again, not now, whatever, it picks up on this metric thing that people are talking about, but I was very impressed by your outcome rates that you testified about or you told us about. But I would be interested, not now, but I would be interested in how they've improved over time with the additional technology and so forth and so on. How are we seeing better outcomes? And this is on 22 where you go through the outcomes. I thought it was really good, but it's like, is it progressively getting better? So just anecdotally, in your experience or some of the others, are we seeing better outcomes from EMS calls?
So specifically looking at our neuro and tech discharge in 2021, we were at 25% success ratio, 50% in 2022, and 64% in 2023. So the challenge going further back is getting outcomes from hospitals.
Yeah.
That's pretty labor intensive in getting access to it.
Right.
We have good partners right now, so we're definitely seeing an increase.
That's incredible.
Even
So when-
anecdotally, the feeling of how the expectation now is that we get heart started again.
So the outcome went from 25% to 64% in 3 years.
Yes, that's based on neuro and tech discharge from the hospital with Udstein criteria.
Wow.
So witnessed and a shockable rhythm when we find them.
And is that because of the technology that having the, what do you call it, the defibrillators and stuff like that?
My belief is that it's in the approach we're taking and the
Okay.
modern approach to it that's having that difference, but that'll bore out over time to make sure that.
Is that is it getting better in the industry overall, or is that unique to Costa Mesa Fire and Rescue?
What we do is driven on Orange County EMS protocols, standing orders. We've just adopted them and been aggressive in training on them. So I think some of our neighbors are having some similar successes, but we're very pleased with how we're doing.
Okay, those, all those devices that you said, and I don't know which one is the right one to be at the right place, generally the things that bring rhythm back to your heart. But is it at the golf course? Is it at the tennis center? Is it at places where?
All of the
people go?
facilities, including the facility we're sitting in, is going to have an AED in it. So that's been mapped out. All the facilities that had existing, and if there are any gaps, they're going to have them. This facility is one of them.
That's comforting. Thanks. Let's open it up to the public.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to our fire department. I just have a few comments and questions. So on the note of, I think a lot of what we heard about is emergency prevention and prevention strategies that the fire department can use. And I guess I'd love to see enhanced strategies to expand speed humps and traffic calming throughout the city. And I think that's a really critical strategy because of the amount of calls, even if we can't tell from your data, but just nationwide are happening due to traffic collisions broadly. I also want to kind of note, talk about kind of the size of fire trucks. So LA County Fire Department, or maybe LA City Fire Department, I'm not sure, I have it in front of me. LA City Fire Department actually just piloted using an electric fire truck for the first time. It's actually a hybrid. It's half electric, half diesel. Here's a photo of it. And what I find coolest about it is it's 92 inches wide, which means it's much less wide than our traditional fire trucks. And also because it has the electric component, it has a higher acceleration rate too, which can help in certain circumstances in terms of response time. I think one of the challenges that I see time and time with fire is the negotiating the width of our streets and the safety that comes from having less wide streets, because people want to drive a lot faster on very wide streets. And I encourage us, both for our climate goals, because like I said, this is part electric and part diesel, but also for our street safety goals, to consider piloting different truck technology and different truck sizes. Quick, two more items I'll mention. Single staircase reform. There's a bill through the state legislature that the fire marshal is looking at around single staircase buildings. Single staircase buildings, I think, are incredibly important because it allows for small lot sizes to be used in a way that they otherwise can't be. I know there's some challenges that maybe like EMS and fire may originally look at, but I think what I encourage you all to think about is think about holistically single staircase buildings in relation to improving existing fire suppression technology standards that we could have within our building code. And I think the fact that we only saw, 205 fires this past year is a testament to our fire suppression technologies getting better. Last thing I'll say, and I didn't hear anything from you all mentioning this, and I do work in the state legislature for my day job. I worked on a bill specifically regarding lithium-ion batteries this year. I would love for you all to speak to lithium-ion batteries. For anyone who doesn't know, lithium-ion batteries are very different than something of a similar size battery because they can go through thermal runaway, which means it takes about 30 times the amount of water to put out a lithium-ion battery fire. Lithium-ion batteries are at my laptop right here, my phone, but also e-bike batteries and also electric vehicle batteries. And so understanding how fire and our EMS first responders are thinking about thermal runaway incidents specifically caused from and by lithium-ion batteries. And the state fire marshal just put out a bulletin a few months ago on it and how we can communicate.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak to this item? Anybody on Zoom, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close public comment. All right, I'm going to make a motion to receive and file.
Second.
Okay, second. Thank you very much. It was great. I think we got all our questions answered, and we need to move on to the PD.
Thank you.
What's that? We need to vote. Of course. Call for the question. Call for the question. I was just supporting,
Motion
giving
carries
comments to
7-0.
support my motion. All right. Thank you very much. Great job.
Shift change.
All right. So we're moving on to new business item 2, in a meeting that I was deceptively thought would be a short one. All right, Madam Clerk, could you please read the title?
Costa Mesa Police Department overview, presentation by Chief Lawrence.
Way to go. Chief Lawrence, you have the floor.
Thank you. Okay, here we go. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. On behalf of the dedicated women and men of the Costa Mesa Police Department, my command staff and I are pleased to present this overview and accomplishments of CMPD for calendar year 2022 and 2023 year to date. And to kind of manage expectations, we do not have a lot of metrics. We have a lot of data to give you. And if there's any questions about data or response times or anything like that, we're happy to answer them, but we're probably not prepared to answer them tonight. Tonight, though, we will give you a high-level overview of a few of our accomplishments because there's way too many to highlight them all this evening. We'll share with you some of our challenges and outline our opportunities for the future as we grow stronger every day. Our mission is to serve the community by upholding the law and enhancing public safety with honor and respect. Our vision for the future is to strengthen community safety through innovative policing while inspiring a culture of collaboration and well-being. Our core values are professionalism, integrity, empathy, and courage, and our motto is honored to serve. Our department is budgeted for 240 full-time authorized staff and 31 part-time employees. Of our 142 sworn positions, currently 9 of them are vacant. But the good news is we have 9 police recruits currently at various stages in the police academy, different police academies which extend well into 2024. And we have 6 additional officers in the field training program. So assuming that all 9 recruits and 6 officers in the field training program are successful, we should be at full staffing by fall of next year. But that would require no retirements, no debilitating injuries, and no officers leaving. As you'll hear in a moment, we are preparing for about 30 retirements over the next 5 years. In addition to those in training and in the academy, we have 4 on long-term injury currently, which leaves us with 123 sworn officers on active duty. Our first priority is, of course, responding to 911 life safety emergency calls so that we ensure minimum staffing levels are maintained for both patrol and operations division, augmenting with overtime when needed. The same priorities holds true for Emergency Communications Bureau. Of our professional staff, 15 of our 98 positions are vacant, all in different stages of the hiring process. Our department is divided into 3 divisions: administration, operations, and support services, which are illustrated by the various colors on the organizational chart. Tonight, Deputy Chief LaPointe and both division commanders Watkins and Chamness will provide a brief summary and high-level overview of our organization. But before I turn it over to the command staff, I want to take a moment to thank City Council for your tremendous and ongoing support, our city manager and my colleague department directors for their fantastic leadership team who dedicate themselves to our city government. Without all of your support, we would not be as successful as we have been. And particularly my colleague, Chief Stefano, and our fire colleagues as we handled many of the same critical incidents. We just happen to have a different mission. And I could not ask for a better partner than Chief Stefano and his fire staff. I want to thank the brave men and women of our police department who work hard each and every day to keep Costa Mesa safe. One of the most rewarding experiences for a police chief is to build a great team. And tonight you'll hear from our outstanding command staff on some of the excellent work performed by our true professionals who are honored to serve. And lastly, I want to thank our community for being our partners in maintaining Costa Mesa as a safe city. As a resident of Costa Mesa myself, I could not be more proud to live in a community as engaged and supportive as our residents and businesses are of their police department. Together, we make our city a safe and inclusive community, welcoming to all. And it's my pleasure now to introduce our very first female Deputy Police Chief, Joyce LaPointe, who will highlight police administration.
Thanks, Chief. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Chief. I'm very humbled to have the opportunity to serve as the first female deputy chief for the city of Costa Mesa. And as such, it is my honor to share with everyone the excellent work that is being done in the administrative division. The administrative division falls under the purview of the chief's office. Its primary objective is to uphold operational oversight, ensure the effectiveness of all three divisions within the police department, manage the department's budget of $60 million, maintain organizational accountability, establish policy that adheres to state and federal laws, and be the voice of the police department for community and media relations. Collaboratively, the chief and I work to establish the direction for organizational strategic planning and goals, ensuring that the administrative functions align seamlessly with the department's mission, vision, and objectives. This division encompasses several crucial roles, including professional standards, training and recruitment, internal affairs, public affairs, media relations, crime prevention, and our senior management analysts to support all of our endeavors. Laws and responsibilities for law enforcement personnel are continuously changing. The role of internal affairs is essential in upholding our department's existing policies and procedures, as well as updating policies with legislative developments and best practices to ensure ongoing compliance and continuous improvement. We are committed to our values and dedicated to delivering Nordstrom-level customer service to our community. Our training personnel ensures that our police staff receives training that exceeds industry standards. This helps us to foster a culture of excellence within our department. Training topics include, but are not limited to, fair, impartial policing and implicit bias training, leadership development, strategic communication and de-escalation techniques, which are essential tools that promote peaceful resolutions, reducing the need for force. Arrest and control tactics are vital to maintaining safety during high-stress situations, while tactical emergency first aid and trauma care can mean the difference between life and death in critical incidents. Our leadership has set clear expectations for our staff, highlighting the importance of actively pursuing advanced degrees. I'm delighted to report that over the last 2 years, I observed a growing number of our professional staff successfully completing or actively working towards bachelor's and master's degrees. Through the establishment of these expectations and our commitment to comprehensive training, we have elevated knowledge and professionalism. This ensures that our staff is well prepared to protect and serve our community with the utmost competence and compassion. I want to emphasize a fundamental principle that lies at the core of the Costa Mesa Police Department success: the importance of succession planning, recruitment, and retention of our personnel. It is often said that our personnel are our most valuable assets, and I firmly believe that this statement could not hold truer in the context of law enforcement today. First, succession planning is not just a buzzword at our department, it is a strategic goal. It involves identifying and nurturing the next generation of leaders within our police department that will carry on our legacy for years to come. We are currently investing in leaders from within to ensure a seamless transition of knowledge, tradition, experience, and values of our current leaders, because our current leaders will have to eventually retire or move on to new roles in the police department. Recruitment is the first step to be successful in this process. We are diligent in our efforts to attract the best and brightest individuals to join our ranks. Our recruitment process is thorough and inclusive, ensuring that we not only bring in talent, but also diverse individuals who share our commitment to integrity, fairness, and community service. Retaining our talented personnel is just as important as recruiting them. We're investing in ongoing training, providing opportunities for advancement, and recognizing and rewarding excellence, which are key components to retraining our personnel. As illustrated by the chart, this remains an ongoing endeavor, especially in light of the anticipated retirements over the next 5 years. Nevertheless, our strength is demonstrated by the 28 promotions among both our professional and sworn staff. Our leaders are motivated to uphold and carry forward our legacy of serving and protecting the community with dedication. Next, I would like to share the responsibilities of our Public Affairs Bureau. This bureau plays a crucial role in fostering transparency, trust, and cooperation between our department and our Costa Mesa community. The Public Affairs Bureau is responsible for managing social media messaging and the release of information to the news media. The department is expected to handle reporters' requests in a timely manner and release public information. Maintaining those media contacts is important to the department, especially during an emergency. In our digital age, effective and accurate communication through platforms like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Nextdoor is paramount. The Bureau ensures that the public receives timely and accurate information about ongoing investigations, safety tips, and updates from the police department. Social media also serves as a channel for citizens to engage the department. As you can see from the slide, we have been very successful in engaging our community. We have also established an internal newsletter that we call the 44 Broadcasts to acknowledge the hard work of our personnel, provide updates on upcoming events, and communicate any future changes in the department. Crime prevention personnel work proactively to educate the community on crime prevention strategies. This involves organizing neighborhood watch groups, distributing informative materials, and collaborating with local organizations to address the root cause of crime. By empowering citizens with knowledge and tools to protect themselves, the police department continues to contribute to a safer environment. Community engagement is the heart of the Public Affairs Bureau's work. Building strong relations within the community is essential for effective policing. Through our listening tours, National Night Out, Shop with the Cop, and participating in fundraising campaigns for a cause, our team fosters a sense of partnership. By listening to the concerns of our residents and involving them in decision-making processes, law enforcement becomes more responsive and accountable. Lastly, the crime analysts are responsible for gathering and interpreting data to support law enforcement efforts. They identify trends and patterns in criminal activity, enabling the police department to allocate resources strategically. Crime analysts are instrumental in developing targeted crime reduction strategies. As you can see, the Public Affairs Bureau plays a multifaceted role in modern policing, from managing crisis communications, media relations, social media, crime prevention, and community engagement. Their responsibilities are extensive. The Bureau not only enhances public trust, but also contributes to the overall safety and well-being of our communities. This concludes my presentation. I'd like to thank you all for your attention, and I will now turn it over to the Field Operation Captain, Brian Watkins.
Thank you, Deputy Chief LaPointe, and good evening. I'm proud to be speaking to you tonight and honored to lead the Field Operations Division. In the next few minutes, I'll touch on the incredible work of our brave men and women do on a routine basis to ensure that Costa Mesa remains a safe and vibrant community for its residents and visitors. The Field Operations Division generally consists of all uniformed personnel, which includes patrol and the Traffic Safety Bureau. Our patrol force is manned by 52 officers and is broken down into geographical areas that are led by area commanders. The Traffic Safety Bureau is responsible for traffic and parking enforcement, accident investigations, special events, and animal services, among others. Within the Field Operations Division, there are many specialized units and programs that I wanted to highlight. These include full-time specialty units and collateral assignments, such as our South Coast Metro Detail, Community Policing Unit, which partners with our city's homeless outreach team to address homelessness and quality of life issues, our UAS or drone program, field training program, our K-9 unit, and Explorer program. The department also has an officer wellness and peer support program that focuses on the mental, emotional, and physical health of all of our personnel. This year, we received a $93,000 grant to expand these services. Animal control has always been the responsibility of the police department. However, this fiscal year, all animal services have moved over, including shelter management and pet licensing. And thanks to the City Council's support, we're also expanding our staffing to better serve our community's animal population. I wanted to provide a few statistics to highlight the volume of work that our officers are responsible for. In 2022, we handled over 131,000 calls for service from the public. And for year-to-date 23, we've handled 76,000. In 2022, our officers self-initiated over 31,000 stops or investigative contacts. And by combining these numbers, our officers have handled over 162,000 incidents in 2022 alone. And out of these 162,000 incidents in 2022, our department made nearly 7,000 arrests, including 2,000 felony arrests. And year-to-date 23, we've made nearly 5,000 arrests. Crime is constantly evolving, and it's important that law enforcement does the same. Our department embraces innovation and new technologies to ensure we are operating efficiently and enhance our investigative capabilities. In this slide, I'd like to highlight 3 of those tools. In 2023, the department established an automated license plate reader program and strategically placed 31 cameras throughout the city to alert our officers to stolen vehicles and to those vehicles that have been involved in a crime. I'm proud to say that since February, this program has been responsible for 60 felony arrests and the recovery of 56 stolen vehicles with a net worth of $800,000. In 2021, we reestablished our UAS program, which is commonly known as our drone team. This team consists of 13 officers who fly our drones as a collateral assignment. Our drones allow our officers a tactical advantage and improve officer safety. And in 2022, our team flew 40 missions. And lastly, this year we started a GPS bait tag program. These operations place hidden GPS tags in high-end and often stolen items. And when these items are stolen, officers are alerted and easily track down the offender and our property. This year we've had 13 operations and made 9 felony arrests. The goal of our Traffic Safety Bureau is to reduce traffic injuries and collisions through education and enforcement. Their efforts primarily focus on dangerous driving and DUI. To combat DUI, the department deploys a 2-officer DUI team year-round. And in fact, our department is recognized county-wide as the top DUI enforcement agency with 941 DUI arrests in 2022. And 5 of our officers being recognized by Mothers Against Drunk Driving for saving lives by taking impaired motorists off the streets. In 2022, the Traffic Safety Bureau investigated over 1,500 traffic collisions. Our Traffic Safety Bureau is also an active member of the Strategic Enforcement Against Racing and Reckless Driving Task Force, which combats street takeovers and street racing activities countywide. Now, we recognize that street takeovers are on the rise statewide and are developing strategies and combining our resources with our law enforcement partners to address these dangerous gatherings. In addition to these efforts, the Traffic Safety Bureau conducts educational and community outreach programs related to their goals. This includes bicycle safety presentations and rodeos at local schools, coordinating bike to school and walk to school events, and providing training through social media and other sources on e-bike safety. The Traffic Safety Bureau's Special Events Unit is responsible for contracted police services for events such as the Orange County Fair, the Orange County Marathon, the Chargers Training Camp. In addition, this unit coordinates our department's Strategic Traffic Enforcement Program grant, also known as the OTS STEP grant, which funds educational and enforcement efforts such as our DUI checkpoints. Last year's grant was $265,000, and we'll be coming back to council this month requesting acceptance of this year's grant valued at over $285,000. Lastly, in fiscal year 22-23, with the support of you, our city council, we were able to discontinue contracted jail services and bring these positions back to our city. Since that time, we've hired 8 of 10 full-time custody officers and 1 custody supervisor. This team was responsible for the booking and safekeeping of over 5,000 arrestees in 2022. And with that, I'll conclude my presentation. I'd like to now introduce my partner, Captain Jason Chamness. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Watkins, and good evening. If you think of field operations as the backbone of police work, sort of the foundation, think of support services as sort of the bookends. Not that those two are analogous, and I certainly didn't want to assume that support services was the brains of the operation, but it really is the bookend. It's the first person that the community has contact with when they call and they get a dispatcher who talks them through a problem and dispatches a police officer. And it's usually the last person that they deal with from the detective bureau, let's say, that may investigate their crime over days, weeks, and months and hopefully bring some resolution to that victim. So that's a good way to think of the support services division. The support services division is made up of the following bureaus: Investigative Services Bureau, Records, Property and Evidence Bureau, the Telecommunications Bureau, and the Office of Emergency Services. Both the police and fire department work in a unified command structure for telecommunications and the Emergency Services Bureau, and I just want to take a moment to acknowledge Brenda Emmerich, who's doing a wonderful job in that interim role for the next few months, and now my partner, Jason Pyle, or Chief Pyle, who I wish I could just change his patches and badge and make him a police officer as much as we work together and how we're always looking to hire. But they're a wonderful partner for us in this collaborative effort for especially telecommunications and emergency services. The Special Investigations Bureau is the largest in support services. ISB is made up of crimes against persons, property crimes, auto theft task force, special investigations, gang investigations, school resource officers, crime scene investigators, and the court liaison. I'd also like to make mention that with council support, we have hired a records and property evidence manager and telecommunications manager. Both have brought enthusiasm, experience, and a high level of professionalism to our management team and their respective bureaus. The City of Costa Mesa and the Police Department received a total of approximately 150,000 calls for service last year. 48,274 of those calls were emergency 911 calls. 99.6% of the time, communications officers answered those calls within 15 seconds. So for comparison, 95% is the industry standard. The Records Bureau processed more than 20,000 reports, with 500 of those being online reports. We have recently upgraded our online reporting system and expect to see this number grow. Property and Evidence processed more than 12,000 articles of evidence and destroyed more than 9,000 articles of previously processed items. Crime Scene Investigations processed 783 crime scenes last year. The Special Investigations Unit, or SIU, conducted 142 undercover operations, 54 vice operations, and made a total of 220 arrests. This year's numbers are trending with last year. SIU conducted 107 permit checks for massage establishments and took enforcement actions against unlicensed cannabis manufacturers and deliveries on 7 different occasions. Most notable, SIU seized more than 500,000 fentanyl pills and 29 firearms. In total, the Costa Mesa Police Department seized or recovered more than 170 firearms last year. The Gang Investigations Unit has made more than 400 arrests, 623 gang-related contacts, seized more than 20 firearms, and served 36 warrants. Gang Investigations conducted no less than 30 gang graffiti vandalism investigations, leading to approximately 53 arrests of gang members or their affiliates. gang investigations was instrumental in bringing the GRIP, or the Gang Reduction and Intervention Partnership, back to our Costa Mesa schools. Our gang investigators are constantly in the community, most often on foot, working a foot beat and interacting with our residents. Ingratiating themselves to our community and building meaningful bonds is key to reducing the impacts of gangs and the impacts they have on our community. Currently, we have 3 school resource officers who are assigned to Estancia, Costa Mesa, and Back Bay. SROs assist and help address issues at the remainder of the public schools in our district. The 3rd SRO was added this year and further demonstrates the outstanding relationship and partnership we have with the Newport Mesa Unified School District. The district shares in the cost of 3 of our officers and regularly collaborates with the city and police department to ensure that our children are safe at school. Last year, our SROs conducted or were part of 66 school presentations, 800 school meetings, 900 counseling sessions, 417 school investigations, and they took 92 enforcement actions. I'm proud to say that recently we applied and were awarded $3.5 million for our organized retail theft grant. This grant was a very competitive grant, a $250 million grant throughout the state of California, where hundreds of agencies applied, and we are one of the few who actually received grant funds, so something that we are very proud of. $2.5 million of that is going to be allocated to personnel costs for directed enforcement and investigations. More than $800,000 for equipment and software, and approximately $100,000 for training and education. Some of the specialized units and programs that fall under support services are SWAT and Crisis Negotiations Team, OCAIAC, and the Terrorism Liaison Officer, the Project 529 bicycle registration, which we've registered approximately 77 bicycles so far, and our current fleet program. Of special mention is the city's new mobile command vehicle and soon to be delivered emergency rescue vehicle. Thank you to council for your support for both of these vehicles. They will greatly enhance our ability to safely operate and protect our citizens and employees whenever there is a critical incident occurring in the city. This concludes my report, and again, thank you for your support and dedication. I'd like to hand it back over to Chief Lawrence.
Like most law enforcement agencies throughout California, around the nation, and in our region, the policing profession as a whole struggles with recruiting new people to join our profession and to retain experienced staff who become either injured or eligible for a service retirement. This is not a specific issue to Costa Mesa, but a challenge of the entire police profession as a whole, a challenge to reinvent ourselves and to make the profession enticing for individuals to join. I'm proud of our recruiting team, who work hard to recruit diverse, caring, and empathetic people to be new Costa Mesa police staff. And one of our biggest recruitment and retention incentives is maintaining a positive and supportive culture. Ensuring a supportive, ethical, and accountable atmosphere in the police department serves as a recruitment and retention foundation as people are attracted to and want to continue working in a healthy environment. Tonight, you've heard a lot about a few of our technologies and that we pursued over the past 2 years in the police department. You've also heard about our dedication to embracing innovation, which will continue to present strong opportunities for us into the future. We are committed to educating ourselves to the latest tools, softwares, and technologies that will help us be better police professionals. Lastly, preparing our future leaders is one of the greatest legacies that we can leave. I'm proud of the leadership development and succession planning that we have accomplished so far, and I'm excited about the future of Costa Mesa's police leadership. If you were to ask me the current state of the police department over the past 2 years, I would describe it as transformational leadership improving our culture. We are hyper-focused on being responsive to the community's needs and building community trust, while inspiring our leaders to be the very best versions of themselves. We provided leadership training above and beyond any state mandates, to include the Executive Leadership Institute for our managers, the Supervisory Leadership Institute for supervisors, fair and impartial policing and implicit bias training for all sworn personnel, and we've been successful at encouraging our staff to pursue higher education, resulting in an increase in achieving bachelor's and master's degrees. We continually seek opportunities to challenge the status quo, to inspire our staff to be creative, learn, and grow. This requires leadership to take a step back from our daily operations and engage in open dialogue about our weaknesses and our strengths, to be open and honest about new ways of protecting our community. Our management and supervisory team building workshops provide a safe place for our staff to share ideas and identify areas to improve as a team. Our department strategic plan is drafted around ensuring City Council's priorities, as well as improving internal systems by offering every member of the police department to participate and have a voice. These methods have allowed us greatly to improve internal and external communication, transparency, and trust. Engaging with our regional partners, we're enhancing our county-wide capabilities to quickly communicate crime trends and focus on crime that impacts all communities throughout Orange County through better crime analysis and technologies. And lastly, building for our future, we will expand our recruitment and retention efforts, as well as continue to focus on leadership development and succession planning for the future of Costa Mesa PD, as we become stronger every day, and we are honored to serve this great community. That concludes our presentation.
Great job. All right, Council. Questions?
I'll go.
Yes, Councilmember Harper.
People of the police department that include both men and women. Did I get that right? Or better?
Yes,
That's
sir.
quite right. Thank you, thank you. Thank you very If you listen to my questions about for the fire department, same kind of theme. And you don't have metrics, but you have statistics that are really interesting. And if I could see them year to year over year, be awesome. I know on page 8 and page 14, you've got stats. I think they're 2022 and year-to-date 2023, so they're not really comparable, right? I'm assuming they're calendar years.
That's correct.
That's correct. But the format of the data, really great, and I appreciate it. And I'll tell you where I'm going there. Could you flip to page 15? And I'm only going to take about 3 or 4 minutes here. I'll be quick. I know it's late. I'll just give you an example. So there, the license plate readers, great information. I'm so excited. I know that's like an $80,000 project, and look at the return. It's amazing. And it looks like it's much better than the other two programs. I'm just assuming from the numbers. But also, when I look at that data, I'm going to ask, well, what's normally your felony arrests for the year, and how much is this increasing? And then what's the trend? I would think once you start arresting people, they get an idea about Costa Mesa and go, I'm not coming here anymore. And thank you, Captain, for following up on the information and emailing me that stuff. I really appreciate it. Page 22, if you don't flip there real quickly, I'm not going to spend any time asking. Maybe later I can ask because I'll take too much time. But I'm fascinated with the narcotics and the cash seize and all those things, and I'd love to see it compared to prior years. It's really great data, and I appreciate you presenting it. It concerns me, and that leads me to my question, the only question I have, which is, and I'll package it all in one. You can speak to it, Chief Lawrence. Is, are we safer now than we were a year ago or 2 years ago? Is our community safer? Is our community going to be safer in the coming years, given all the policies California has, and the nature of and I'm going to refer to, people can walk into a CVS and take things, and we see things happen in malls across the country and in California cities. And my question is for you, not that it's going to get worse, because I think it is going to get worse, but how can this council support you with ordinances or rules or support of any kind in trying to make your jobs easier, better, and our community safer? That's my only question. But thank you. And by the way, if any of you want to talk to me offline about KPIs, metrics, statistics, I'll spend all day with you or Chief Pyle. Yeah, he and I would have a lot of fun. He should have been a CPA someday in his life. So that's all I had. Thank you.
Well, I'll briefly touch on the crime, and the reality is when it comes to crimes against person, we are safer. Crime in those categories are actually down, and that's a good thing because those are challenging for us to do much about. I mean, we can do a lot about property crime. Crimes against persons are a little bit more challenging. The one area that is concerning, not just in Costa Mesa, but all over California and the nation, is theft, and theft is up. But our response to that is the organized retail theft grant that we talked about, that $3.5 million that the state is going to grant us, and we're going to come back to council at the next meeting to get that. That's going to do wildly great things for us in combating organized retail crime. And that is the one category, when I look at our crime rate, that would be, I guess, up, if you will. But that's in relative terms, because that's, you know, when you compare it to other communities around us, it's the same problem. But we're fortunate to have that grant. I'm excited about the technologies, which leads me to your second question. What council can do is to continue to support us, particularly in the area of technologies and innovations, because we are becoming cutting edge and making sure that we're employing the best tools that we can to help us combat crime smarter. And so we'll come back to council anytime we have something that will work for our community, and ask for that authorization through the city manager for us to use those tools.
Chief, what do we do for businesses? And I'm thinking of San Francisco and what's happened in downtown San Francisco. What do we do to avoid that scenario?
Well,
and protect the CVS that gives up calling you guys and lets people just walk out, right? You don't even get reports from them or calls from them.
Well, we're fortunate enough that we have a great relationship with our local businesses, the South Coast Plaza, the South Coast Metro Chamber, our Chamber of Commerce. And so we are continuously going to meetings. We're having relationship building. We're in contact with their security teams to make sure that when they have eyes and ears on things that are happening, that we quickly are able to respond and take an immediate approach to those issues. But then more importantly, working with the hotel owners and the business owners on long-term solutions, employing things like crime prevention through environmental design, which is our experts looking at a piece of property and helping them to design the property differently that would discourage criminal activity. So we're fortunate in that respect, because it does come down to relationships, and we have a very positive relationship with our business community, and we work closely with them.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Nobody? Oh, sorry, Councilmember Reynolds.
Okay, maybe just a couple of quick questions and then a comment. I think I sent an email as well with some questions that I think would be a longer discussion. But just very quickly, how are we doing at the call center? I may not have picked that up in your presentation. I know at least a couple of years ago that was a really big concern in terms of retention.
Well, I'll ask Captain Chamness to weigh in here, but our staffing in there does continue to be an issue. I think we have 4 vacancies currently, but there's several in training. It's improved, but it's a work in progress.
Yes, that's very accurate. It's a work in progress. With new management being Jennifer Ruffalo, we feel confident that we're going to be able to bridge that gap and bring that group together. And I know that the council has made some very important moves over the last few years, especially when it comes to, I think, pay and benefits and some of those. But we're looking for very innovative ways to also encourage those employees in there to not only keep and retain the ones that have some experience in the position, but also to reduce the amount of time it takes to train. It's a very labor-intensive, time-intensive training program. It's very unique that. And it's hard to describe to a police officer, because we thought we had a very intense training program, and then when you look at dispatchers, you realize that it's very complex. So we're trying to do some things that will benefit that bureau and that group, and do it. And with Fire's partnership, we're confident that we're going to get there.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that response. I'm glad to hear it's better. Very interested in hearing continued solutions to get that up to where we're comfortable. I wanted to hear a little bit more also about some of the training that we're doing, specifically in terms of the community relations. I know, Chief, when you came to the city, you got probably from all of us, a little bit of the history of Costa Mesa, some of the local challenges. We've had some fairly recent, incidents that got some public attention that didn't reflect what we would want to reflect of our department. And then, of course, there's the national narrative, right, that we can't avoid, right? It may not be our fault, we can't avoid it. And that affects public opinion in many cases. So can you talk a little bit more about the internal training and strategies that we're employing to address those?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked me that. A lot of agencies would be on autopilot when we talk about these topics, or they might even shy away and just not want to deal with it because they're too busy or they don't prioritize it. Costa Mesa has leaned into that type of training, and we specifically hired experts that teach fair and impartial policing and implicit bias training. We had our entire sworn staff go through this training. It's very intense, and the training's extremely important and valuable, but what's equally valuable is incorporating it into your culture, your belief system, and how you treat people. And how we hire people and how we train people to be empathetic to our community is key. And those are the shifts that we've seen in the last 2 years.
Okay, great. And that's I'm assuming that a training that you anticipate continues. Is that a sort of an annual basis, or how are you just kind of monitoring how things are going, right? Are we improving?
Yeah, there's state mandates in that of training for fair and impartial policing, but we actually hired an expert in addition to the minimums, probably in every other year training, just to make sure that it's a repeated behavior, and we're constantly incorporating those principles into what we do every day.
Got it. Okay. Okay, and then my last comment on the same theme, and I'm looking at slide 10. I do want to do a little shout out on slide 10. I see, I think it's Officer Torres. It must be right out there at one of our bike rodeos. He's an absolute superstar. I just wanted to call that out. I got to see him do his magic at the rodeo we had at Estancia High School, and I personally watched him teach 2 children how to ride a bike, and I just thought, like, this is the best in our kind of city services, right? Really being out there with children. I thought it was great in uniform and helping them learn and grow. I'm really proud of a lot of the things that we're doing. I think we're definitely doing work that we hadn't been doing in the past in terms of building those relationships. We're actually pulling things from the past that were working, that we had stopped to build relationships with the community. I'm really interested in, as we move forward, really sort of formalizing that work, right? I think we talk about community policing and community relations as a commitment and as a strategy, but it's not in our policies, like how we actually do that, right? We share ideas. I know you guys come up with ideas, and we're doing that work. But I think it would be a really meaningful step to formalize our community policing strategies and programs going forward. So we're really committing to them and make sure that we're fully funding them. I think with that, should come a way to, and I'm no expert in this, but again, sort of how do we track that we're making that progress over time. I think we rely on a lot of anecdotal feedback, and oftentimes, my experience is not a lot of the, well, it's difficult to know that your feedback is representative, for example. So just thinking about the ways to really make sure that we've got a good pulse on the community and know that everyone feels like they have a strong relationship with our police department over time. I'd love to see us continue to lean in and look at ways to, again, just sort of formalize the work that we're doing. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I have some comments, but if anyone has a question, then go first.
Well, it doesn't matter to me. I mean, you want to go? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens, and thank you, Chief Lawrence and your team for your good, concise, and informational presentation. I just want to really just say thank you for the work you've done in my district and the work you guys have done as a department these past 5 years that I've been on City Council. I got elected in 2018, and when I got elected growing up as a Latino in Costa Mesa, I didn't always feel like the PD was out for people like me. That wasn't necessarily true. That was due to the policies of prior councils, but that fear kind of seeped through. And I knew when I got elected, my job was to be a bridge. And what I will say, and what I'll share with the public, is never once in these 5 years have I ever felt that the department itself wasn't doing their best to constantly improve with our community. It brings me great joy seeing you guys go to the events in Shalimar. The past back to school fresh events, you've been there. This time as Uda booth, last time just dropping by. I have so much joy knowing that we have a more active community policing with our gang unit in some parts of our towns, that we're actively trying to bring things like grip back into our schools to ensure kids don't fall in bad traps. And what I will say is, I think we need to give you guys kudos, because we're hearing now from public comment, Spanish speakers come to say thank you. And I just want to make sure you guys know that as we ask you guys to go farther and beyond, because you always will, that we appreciate what you've done. I appreciate seeing the succession planning this department's done. I appreciate that every time I see members of this police department out in the community, they reflect the community. And I'm excited to see where we go with our young team. So I just wanted to say that for the cities to hear it, and for you guys to hear it, that we appreciate you. I'm seeing a great deal of dividends from the work you guys do, and I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
All right, great, thank you. Yes, council member.
Sometimes you say things way better than I can. Good job. That was, yes. Everything that Councilmember Chavez just said. I'm curious, Chief, you've been around a little bit. How many departments have empathy as one of their core values?
I know the ones I have worked for and led do.
Okay.
But I can't speak for the rest.
All right. You also, when you were kind of concluding at the end of the presentation, I think you used the word creative twice, and that also jumped out to me. I don't know how many police departments sort of identify as like being creative thinkers. So, you know, I echo everything that Councilmember Chavez just said. I thought he was going to get me choked up at the end there. The change is real. You can see it. We had a community member tonight come thank the police department from a community that historically does not put a lot of faith in the police department. You are making real change, and I think you're doing it through values that you espouse, but all of the leaders here do. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, so for my part, yeah, I mean, I can't say it any better than Councilmember Chavez, but I mean, I do think it is important, as he did, but I mean, I can even go a little bit further back to reflect on where we were and where we are and then where we're going. I mean, there was a time when I got elected, I remember running in 2016, and one of the things I could say is we don't even have 100 police officers that are on active duty. And it was the lowest we have ever been, and the call volumes were the highest they had ever been. And now, you know, we've increased the budgeted number, and I know we always have a struggle, as you said, with recruiting, because that's just the nature of the beast. But to have 123, that's a lot. That makes a big difference. And one of the things that we've been able to do, that we also talked about back in those days, is because we only had 100, we had to really focus on like patrols and things that are the very basic things that you have to have. And now we see on slide 13 the specialized units, and on some of the ones that Captain Chamness talked about in his authority, the vice units and the gang units and the narcotics and the things that we've done. And we can only do that because of the efforts of so many people that came before. And I remember Deputy Chief LaPointe, you were one of the ones that really got those numbers up, and it's really paying dividends. And so we couldn't do this without people, dedicated sworn people and support people helping the department. So thank you. Couple questions. In terms of, okay, where we were, where we're at, I incorporate by reference everything that was said by Councilmember Chavez and Councilmember Marr. Where we're going, okay? Are there other specialty units that we're looking to add? Are there other things that, you know, well, we talked about obviously the organized stuff, which I'm going to talk about in a second. But are there other things that you would like to see as we grow the department or get more or hire more people that you'd like to add in terms of specialty units?
Yeah, actually there are. If we had the capacity, and Councilmember Reynolds has communicated this in email and spoke to me a few times about, we have our community policing unit, and they do a great job with our homeless outreach and in dealing with quality of life issues. But a different approach, maybe a different unit with a different name, but a community policing focus that's actually able to constantly work on community trust and relationship building, I would envision that as an area that we could certainly expand and would benefit from.
I remember when I went to San Antonio, they have a unit, and it's a plainclothes unit, but they focus on nothing but people that are having mental health issues and crises. And I know we do that to a certain extent with our community policing unit, but is that something that you think we would benefit from, or do you think we have that covered?
No, I think expanding what we have would be a fantastic area for us to cover. We work with the Orange County Mental Health Department now. They let us have one of their staff for a very small period of time during the week. He actually rides with us on patrol. They will respond to mental health crisis calls. But if I could have that be a 24/7 operation, that would be much better for us. We work very closely with them. And quite frankly, there are certain calls that the police don't need to go to. If someone's suffering from a mental health crisis, but there's no violence, there's no crime, we're maybe not the right resource. And maybe there's a better resource for that response.
Right. Thanks. Well, how's it going now? Maybe this is a question for Director Setharaman, but where are we at with improving the facilities in the comm center? That was something that we put in our capital improvement budget a couple years ago.
Captain Chamness might know, but Raja's here too.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Along with many other projects, that project is also on a hold right now because we are so focused on the park projects. We did meet with communication staff to go over their immediate needs, so we have an understanding of what needs to be done, but that's something that will be taking up in the next fiscal year, or actually next calendar year.
Okay, thank you.
You know, if I may, with Raja here, one area we didn't mention, but at the direction of the city manager, we've been exploring the opportunity of electric vehicles, and I want to thank Director Setharaman for his team really has worked on what kind of infrastructure we need for electric vehicles in the future. So thank you for your hard work.
Okay. With respect to this organized retail theft grant, I'm not sure how it works as a practical matter, because like when you get $2.5 million for personnel over 3 years, does that mean we're hiring people, or I mean, how do we spend that money?
I'll let Captain Watkins answer that.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a 3-year grant, and so those personnel costs are directed enforcement where we're going to up staffing in our South Coast Metro detail unit. We're going to up staffing around holidays and high traffic and high volume when those populations are increased at those retail establishments. Obviously, upstaffing some for our investigations to do the follow-up when we get those retail theft crimes that require additional resource, additional investigative time. So we're going to utilize that as an overtime, from an overtime capacity, right, which really, you know, it's a force multiplier for us. Obviously, if we put in that grant, we want to hire 5 people and we got the funding. We're having obviously those hiring challenges, so that probably wasn't really a realistic goal for us to add personnel in this short-term grant.
Right. Okay. And I just want to say one thing, calling you out, Captain Watkins, and I don't want to say who it was, but you'd know the shopping center if I said it, and I just really appreciate how responsive you were. I got to be careful not to talk about things because of obviously confidentiality, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's open it up to the public.
Good evening, Council. I'm going to be really brief. Just echoing statements on mental health response. Me and Chief had a conversation just a few hours ago on how critical that is, and I hope that you guys take that seriously. Other comment I wanted to make is on there's been a few times, I'm thinking specifically the Walk and Rollers event, where there is PD present at that event, yet they're not registering people via Project 529. I think that should always be integrated into bike and walk events if PD is present. That's a comment. Last thing, and this time I want to spend the bulk of my comment. I know it's late and I'm tired too. And I hope this can also be for Chief Stefano. I'm a big public policy research fan. I do that for my day job. And I want to tell just a little public policy anecdote. a researcher, a criminal justice researcher at Texas A&M, did a sample study and sent 2 bulletins out to the local community about hiring for police. One bulletin said, serve your community, duty, selfless service, respect, and join the police force. The other bulletin said, join the police force. This is full-time jobs with salaries and with retirement benefits and with pensions. Both were sent out, and the bulletin that didn't talk about duty, didn't talk about service, it talked about being a good job, good paying job with a pension and retirements. That's the job that not only had more applicants, but also a more diverse set of applicants. And so I have a military background. I love talking about duty, selfless service, the LDR, SHP in the Army. I love talking about that stuff, but I think I would encourage everyone to think differently about the way we recruit, because A, you're gonna get more applicants in, and B, you're gonna get a different set of applicants. It's a different set of applicants who maybe right now in their lives, where they are financially or their upbringing, they're not thinking about duty to their community. They're thinking about how they can have a stable paying job for them in the future, and they eventually learn about duty and caring about their community in that job. And so I'd encourage both Chief Stefano and Chief to really think about different ways that we're trying to recruit and retain our people outside of the norm. Because if we're recruiting people the way that got you into the police force, we're only going to get people like you in the police force. And I think we want more and a more diverse set of people in the police force. Thank you.
Thank you. Good comment. Okay. If there's nothing else we can make, I'll just make the motion to receive and file and thank our great PD. Second by Chavez. Call for the question.
Carries 7-0.
Okay, now, everybody, we're adjourning the meeting, and we have 4 people that we're going to be adjourning it in honor and memory of Senator Dianne Feinstein, former council member and board member Jordan Brandman, Ronnie J. Coleman, and Brandon Alcala. So let's honor them and remember them, and we stand adjourned.